were rejection of petition, or acceptance on the assumption that circumstances would later permit a further expansion of the borders of the Jewish state to all of the territories that fell within the boundaries of Zionist aspirations, as Ben-Gurion understood them. Chaim Weizmann, asked about the exclusion of the Negev from the proposed Jewish state, responded, "It will not run away." 197. In a similar vein, Lebedev Chaim Saroff wrote to Weizmann in 1932 that the desire to establish national sovereignty. After the 1967 war, long after he had left office, Ben-Gurion changed his views and came to oppose the expansionist policies he had always advocated and pursued while in a position of authority, thus isolating himself completely from his former Labour Party associates. By some remarkable logic, this fact is regularly adduced by Labour supporters here to show how conciliatory Labour's Zionism really was. See p. 440, below, for one of many examples. 190. Noam Chomsky. Inti in a part of Palestine ... contains a core of sound thinking, since state power in this region could become a strategic base for potential future progress. 198. In a letter to his son, discussing partition, Ben-Gurion wrote that a partial Jewish state is not the end, but only the beginning. I am certain that we will not be prevented from settling in the other parts of the country, either by mutual agreement with our Arab neighbors or by some other means. If the Arabs refuse, we shall have to speak to them in a different language. But we shall only have another language if we have a state. In May 1948, feeling quite confident of Israel's military superiority, contrary to the David and Goliath legend discussed earlier, Ben-Gurion presented the following strategic aims to his general staff. We should prepare to go over to the offensive with the aim of smashing Lebanon, Transjordan and Syria. The weak point in the Arab coalition is Lebanon, for the Muslim regime is artificial and easy to undermine. A Christian state should be established, with its southern border on the Litani River, within Lebanon. We will make an alliance with it. When we smash their Arab legion's strength and bomb Amman, we will eliminate Transjordan too, and then Syria will fall. If Egypt still dares to fight on, we shall bomb Port Said, Alexandria, and Cairo. An interesting portent. After the armistice agreement was signed in February 1949, Ben-Gurion decided to establish another fait accompli. He ordered 2 brigades to Eilat, on the Gulf of Aqaba, which they took with no resistance on March 10. Violation of ceasefires has been a standard practice. Recall the attack on the Golan Heights in 1967, CP 25. Shortly after, Ben-Gurion was touring the border with a young general, whom he asked, "How would you take those hills?" pointing to the mountains of Edom beyond the Jordanian border. The general made some suggestions and then said, "Why do you ask? Do you want to conquer those hills?" Ben-Gurion responded, "No. But you will conquer them." He also maintained what is Israel and Palestine, historical backgrounds. 191. Official biographer recalls his dream of annexing the Sinai Peninsula. After the 1956 conquest of the Sinai, Ben-Gurion announced the founding of the Third Kingdom of Israel, and informed the Knesset that our army did not infringe on Egyptian territory. Our operations were restricted to the Sinai Peninsula alone. 199. 9.2 Moderates and extremists. Pre-state Zionism exhibits a number of striking similarities to divisions within the PLO between the rejectionists, who refuse to accept any compromise, and the mainstream around Yasser Arafat, who have joined the international consensus on a 2-state settlement. See Chapter 3. Though they too do not abandon their dream of a unitary democratic secular state, a goal to be achieved, they now say, through a process of peaceful interaction with Israel. The fact that the accommodationist elements that dominate the PLO refuse to abandon their dream has been exploited regularly as an argument that it is impossible to have any dealings with them. For example, David Greiveen describes the agony which Jewish Israelis are going through at present in seeking a solution to the problem of the Palestinians, discussing a seminar on that subject in Jerusalem. The agony is caused by the fact that there is no one to speak to. Not even Meir Pale's plan for a two-state settlement had any chance of acceptance by the Arabs, which is of course false. A similar plan was prepared by the PLO, proposed at the UN, rejected by Israel and vetoed by the US as far back as January 1976, as we have seen. It is this alleged refusal of the PLO to accept even that is the real hold-up, which has shattered the complacency of all Israeli disputants, left-wing and right-wing. The problem is that the PLO, in all its factions, has only one. Menachem Begin swore before the Israeli Knesset that David Ben-Gurion had proposed the conquest of the West Bank in 1956 in a discussion with his co-conspirator in the attack on Egypt, French Socialist Prime Minister Guy Mollet, who was allegedly receptive. Mordechai Basak, Begin's scoop, Al-Hamishmah. September 9, 1982. If this is true, then the operation was presumably aborted as a consequence of Eisenhower's unexpectedly harsh response to the invasion of Egypt. One might also wonder whether there was a more general plan involving the Arabs of the Israeli Galilee as well, cp. 105-6. 192. Noam Chomsky. Aim, to retrieve the whole of Palestine, that is, to eliminate Jewish statehood. 200 see also Chapter 3, Note 111. By the same logic, British anti-Semites might have argued in 1947, and perhaps did, that it was impossible to deal with the moderate Zionists who accepted partition, given the nature of their dream, a point that is regularly and conveniently ignored. Elsewhere, incidentally, Greiveen has put the matter a bit more honestly, explaining that the one group we won't talk with, it is true, is the PLO, but not because they are nasty people. The obstacle is the subject on the agenda. It can only be the creation of a Palestinian state on the West Bank, and that we can't agree to. 201. Quite generally, the PLO has the same sort of legitimacy that the Zionist movement had in the pre-state period, a fact that is undoubtedly recognized at some level within Israel and, I think, accounts for the bitter hatred of the PLO, which, rational people must concede, has been recognized by Palestinians as their sole representative whenever they have had the chance to express themselves. Israeli devs have not failed to take note of this fact, and have also observed that those who shall sober up from the collective intoxication will have to admit that the Palestinians are the Jews of our era, a small, hunted people, defenseless, standing alone against the best weapons, helpless. The whole world is against them. 202. 9.3 The use of terror. The similarities extend to the use of terror. Commenting on the PLO's resort to terror, Noah Lucas observes that though this earned it little sympathy in the world, it nevertheless succeeded in establishing the image of its cause as the quest of a victimized people for national self-determination, rather than a neglected refugee problem as it had hitherto been widely regarded. He adds that there is no escaping the analogy with Zionism in the late 40s. 203 Recall that the current Prime Minister of Israel and its Foreign Minister are former terrorist commanders, with a bloody record of it. Israel and Palestine, Historical Backgrounds. 193. Ties to their credit including the killing of Jews as well as Britons and many Arabs, while the Secretary-General of the Jewish Agency until 1981, Shmuel Laches, was a man who murdered several dozen Arab civilians under guard in an undefended Lebanese village during the land-clearing operations of October 1948. He was immediately amnestied after receiving a 7-year prison sentence, then granted a second amnesty which denies the punishment and the charge as well, and later granted a lawyer's license by the Israeli Legal Council on the grounds that his act carried no stigma. 205. As noted earlier, the self-defense forces based in the labor movement, the Haganah, also engaged in terrorist violence, though to a more limited extent than the outright terrorist groups, against Arabs, and also against dissident Jews, including religious Jew organizing among the largely anti-Zionist native Jewish inhabitants of Palestine, who was assassinated by two Haganah agents as he left the small synagogue in the Shaare Tzedek hospital in June 1924. The official history of the Haganah describes this special activity matter-of-factly, justifying the order to remove the traitor from the land of the living on the grounds of the pathological character of his anti-Zionist activities. Furthermore, he was alleged to be a homosexual, the history reports. As one proof of the inveterate evil of the Palestinians, or perhaps all Arabs, David Price Jones, the New Republic specialist on this topic, cites the fact that King Abdullah of Jordan was killed while Barnier and Rubenstein state that the Haganah archives contain the names of 40 Jews who were killed by Egan and Lehi Stern Group men in the course of their underground work or in the context of settling internal accounts. Reviewing the record. 204. This does not include Jews killed by terrorist attacks aimed at others, as in the King David Hotel bombing. The official history of Begin Zigun describes how they drowned a member who they thought might give information to the police, if captured. See Shayhak. Begin and Company. The Haganah Special Actions Squads undertook punitive actions against informers within the Jewish community as one of its tasks. Bazoga, Ben-Gurion, p. 99. A Haganah prison in Haifa contained a torture chamber for interrogation of Jews suspected of collaboration with the British. The Haifa Weekly Hashavua Bear revealed in its 35th anniversary issue, April 1983, in an interview with the high military officer of the Haganah. In his review of Halabi, see note 152, Irving Howe attributes the alleged assassination of a few of these village league quislings in the West Bank to the fratricidal violence that seems so frequent in Arab politics. My emphasis. 194. Noam Chomsky. Leaving Friday prayers in the Mosque of Omar in Jerusalem. So different from the Zionists, with their fabled purity of arms and sublime moral sensibilities, much lauded in this journal. 206. The record is long and bloody, as in the case of most nationalist movements. In the single month of July 1938, for example, the Haganah killed 76 Arabs with bombs in marketplaces and the like. 207. The official history of the Haganah makes little pretense that these actions were retaliatory, as is often alleged, referring proudly, for example, to the murder of 27 Arabs to prevent celebration over the British White Paper limiting Jewish immigration, the murder of 52 more Arabs when a Haganah member was arrested by the British, etc. 208. The record is generally suppressed in the US, where cynics refer to terror and intimidation as an invention of the PLO. In the years after the state was established, there was also ample resort to terrorism, a few examples of which have already been cited. It is noteworthy that former terrorists are honored in Israel, as the examples of Begin, Shamir, and Lachiz indicate. There is no stigma attached to their murderous deeds, again, a standard feature of nationalist movements. There are many other examples. The Israeli cabinet recently decided to issue a new series of stamps in memory of Zionist heroes, including Shlomo ben Yosef, who was hanged by the British for shooting at an Arab bus, the murderers of Lord Moyne in 1944, and two men executed for their part in the 1955 Cairo security mishap. 209. This, a rather coy reference to the terrorist bombings, actually, 1954, which were a mishap in that the perpetrators were caught. Since terrorism is considered to have been an honorable vocation, it is not surprising that its perpetrators have been protected by government authorities. For example, One of the suspected assassins of UN mediator Count Bernadotte in 1948 was A. Barnier and Rubinstein, see note 204, right. According to the accepted version, the present foreign minister, Yitzhak Shamir, was one of those who planned the murder. They also note that Shamir has refused many requests to explain his role in the murder of Alou Gailadi, a Liai officer condemned to death by the Liai Command, headed by Shamir, in 1943. Israel and Palestine, historical backgrounds. 195. Close friend of Ben-Gurion's, but he kept secret the fact that his friend had confessed the murder. 210 efforts have been made to suppress the record in other ways as well. After the 1954 mishap, the Israeli government angrily rejected the Egyptian charges against the captured terrorists, denouncing the show trial. Against a group of Jews. Victims of false accusations. The Journal of the governing Labour Party accused the Egyptian government of a Nazi-inspired policy, though the government was well aware of the facts. 211 There are numerous other examples. Perhaps the most remarkable illustration of the ability to efface atrocity concerns Deir Yassin, where 250 people were murdered by Begin Zigan and Liai in April 1948, CP 103. A year later, Haaretz reported the settlement festival for religious settlers who were found in Givat Shaul Beth, now part of Jerusalem, in the former village of Deir Yassin. Haaretz reports further, President Chaim Weizmann sent his greetings in writing. The chief rabbis and Minister Moshe Pire took part in the ceremony. The orchestra of a school for the blind played. 212 In 1980, the remaining ruins were bulldozed to prepare the ground for a settlement for Orthodox Jews. Streets were named after units of the IGAN which perpetrated the massacre, and of Palmark, the kibbutz-based strike force of Haganah, which took part in the operation but not the massacre. These units were to be immortalized on the site, in the words of the Israeli press. 213 More recently, most of the Deir Yassin cemetery was bulldozed to prepare the ground for a highway to a new Jewish settlement. 214. Noam Chomsky writes that at first Deir Yassin was forgotten. Now it is celebrated. He describes to him, horrifying, to Deir Yassin organized by the Society for the Protection of Nature, perhaps, he suggests bitterly, because nature was the only thing not destroyed there on April 9, 1948. The tour, an annual event, was led by a former IGANist, who whitewashed the operation before a largely passive audience. The actual site of the village has now a mental hospital, as is the Acre prison, site of another IGAN operation. 215. None of this is particularly surprising, or unique to the Jewish national movement. It can, furthermore, be explained in terms of 196. Noam Chomsky. The circumstances in which the Zionist movement developed and won its victories, which were hardly propitious. The actual record does, however, highlight the cynicism of the constant denunciation of the PLO as a movement unique in its inexplicable commitment to terror, guilty of such acts as intimidating moderates, along with major crimes against innocents that contrast so strikingly with the standards of its enemy. The actual record also helps to explain the feelings and attitudes of Palestinians who have fled or been driven from their homes, or who live under military occupation, or who remain as second-class citizens in a land that not long ago was their own. To explain is not to justify, but if circumstances can help to explain the resort to terror in pre-state Zionism and increasingly in subsequent years, then the same is true with regard to those who see themselves, not unreasonably, as the victims of Zionist success. 10. The problem for today. It is often argued that it is hypocritical for Americans or Europeans to condemn Israel for its treatment of the native population, considering the history of European colonization, which was surely vastly more barbaric than anything that can be attributed to the Jewish settlers. If the argument has merit, then the same is true of earlier resort to similar efforts, For example, when Japanese imperialists in the pre-war years argued that what they were doing in Manchuria was based on a European model, or supposed that Israel were to enslave the Arab population, arguing in justification that, after all, the American colonists indulged in literal human slavery for a century after their independence. Whatever merit the charge of hypocrisy may have, the fact is that brutal and inhuman practices that were tolerated when the plague of European civilization spread over much of the world no longer are. Israelis often complain that they are held to higher standards than others. If they have in mind those who massacred American Indians and enslaved blacks, they are quite right, for the little that observation is worth. In the real world of today, however, they have been largely immune from serious critical analysis, at least in the United States, where the true Israel and Palestine, historical backgrounds. 197. History is little known and they are depicted as guided by uniquely high moral principles though surrounded by barbarians whose sole aim is to murder innocents and to deny them their rightful home. The conflict over Palestine has sometimes been depicted as one of right against right, an arguable, and in my view, defensible, proposition, though naturally not one that the Palestinians are likely to accept as morally valid. It is not clear that there is much to be gained by pursuing this question. Israel is a reality, a fact that few now contest despite increasingly desperate pretense to the contrary on the part of its numerous supporters and apologists. The same obviously cannot be said for the Palestinians, whose right to national self-determination is denied by the leaders of the rejectionist camp, Israel and the United States, whose power is dominant in the region. That is the primary topic that Americans must address. 5. Peace for Galilee. Since 1949, Israel has sought to remove the displaced Palestinian refugees from the border areas and to destroy their emerging political and military structures. The 1982 invasion of Lebanon was a further stage in these efforts. Their general character over the years was indicated by Chief of Staff Mordechai Ger in an interview in the Israeli press after the 1978 invasion of Lebanon, which drove another 250,000 Arabs from their homes with heavy casualties, in retaliation for a PLO terrorist attack in Israel. Ger observed that for 30 years, from the War of Independence, which Palestinians called the War of Conquest, until today, we have been fighting against a population that lives in villages and cities, noting such incidents as the bombing of the Jordanian city of Irbid, the clearing of all inhabitants from the Jordan Valley by bombing, driving 1.5 million civilians from the Suez Canal area during the 1970 War of Attrition, and other examples, all undertaken in alleged retaliation against Arab attacks. His remarks were accurately summarized by the noted Israeli military analyst Zef Sif. In South Lebanon we struck the civilian population consciously, because they deserved it. The importance of Ger's remarks is the admission that the Israeli army has always struck civilian populations, purposely and consciously. The army, he said, has never distinguished civilian from military targets, but purposely attacked civilian targets even when Israeli settlements had not been struck. 1. These remarks, in 1978, apply with considerable accuracy to their 199. 200. Noam Chomsky. Lebanon invasion 4 years later, and with still more force. 1. The rational basis for attacking the civilian population. The motive for Israel's attacks against civilian populations to the north and east was dual: to disperse the Palestinian refugees, and to embitter relations between them and the local population in the areas to which they had been driven. As explained by Labour Party Dev Ibn, there was a rational prospect, ultimately fulfilled, that affected populations would exert pressure for the cessation of hostilities. Ibn was writing in condemnation of an article by Prime Minister Begin which reviewed attacks against civilians under the Labour government, presenting a picture, according to Ibn, of an Israel wantonly inflicting every possible measure of death and anguish on civilian populations in a mood reminiscent of regimes which neither Mr. Begin nor I would dare to mention by name. 2. Ibn does not contest the facts that Begin reviewed, but criticizes him for stating them, thus contributing to Arab propaganda. He also does not mention that his own doctrine, just quoted, represented the standard practice of the regimes he does not dare to mention by name. Recent events in Lebanon again confirm Ibn's judgment about the rational prospect. The military doctrine of attacking defenseless civilians derives from David Ben-Gurion, who was quite explicit about it, though not in public of course. In a January 1948 entry in his Independence War diary, he writes, "There is no question as to whether a reaction is necessary or not. The question is only time and place. Blowing up her house is not enough. What is necessary is cruel and strong reactions. We need precision in time, place and casualties. If we know the family, we must strike mercilessly, women and children included. Otherwise the reaction is inefficient. At the place of action there is no need to distinguish between guilty and innocent. Where there was no attack, we should not strike." The latter qualification was not observed, frequently, in the pre-state period and increasingly in later years, as, for example, at Kibia. Excerpts from these diaries, to be published, appear in Ijo Tachanot, April 17, 1983, the Independence Day edition. Begin's review of atrocities under Labour Party rule was in response to Labour criticism of the recent bombing of Lebanon, which left hundreds dead. For further quotes and discussion, see Herman. The Real Terror Network, pp. 76f. Peace for Galilee. 201. On the current scene, it is not only in Lebanon, earlier, Jordan, that Ibn's rational prospect has met with a certain success. A veteran Western observer, commenting on the tactics of the Afghan resistance, states that they'll come through a village, expect people with hardly any food themselves to feed them, then they'll use the village, with or without permission, as a staging point to attack a passing Russian patrol. After the guerrillas leave, the Russians come back and pulverize the area in retaliation. It is partly for this reason, he alleges, that a small but growing number of Afghans have chosen their Russian-established militia as the only alternative to starvation and to more death at the hands of the Russians. 3. In short, the fulfillment of Ibn's rational prospect, as in Lebanon. Other similarities have been noted. In Pakistan, local political activists describe the recent Israeli incursion into Lebanon as an indication of what could happen if their Afghan refugees and resistance assumed permanent presence in Pakistan, a sort of Asian version of the Palestinian problem. Local residents speak of the Afghan guerrilla group that is favored by the Pakistani government as troublemakers with license to interfere in provincial politics. A fact that is keenly exploited by local political activists to stir up fear and animosity among their followers towards Afghans in general. Bombing of refugee concentrations in Pakistan, what the Russians, perhaps, call cleaning out nests of terrorists, surely contributes to these efforts. For those acquainted with the recent history of Lebanon will recognize the pattern. With many local variations, it is, in general, a familiar story. Military tactics in the course of the U.S. aggression in Indochina, or to keep to the party line, the defense of South Vietnam, are another case. To the northern border of Greater Israel. With regard to Lebanon, Israel is now realizing plans that have early antecedents in Zionist thinking. It had long been hoped that Israel's boundaries would ultimately extend to the Litani River in southern Lebanon, one part of Ben-Gurion's vision, CP 188. In 1932, A. 202. Noam Chomsky, Jewish agency emissary, visited Beirut to discuss a joint company for using southern Lebanon's Litani River for electricity and irrigation. The Zionists regarded the Christian Maronites as a natural ally and sought to form a symbiotic alliance with them against the common enemy, Islamic-oriented Arab nationalism. The majority of the Maronites, however, chose the alternative of peace with the Muslims, establishing the 1943 National Pact, which succeeded in preserving Christian predominance and prosperity for 3 decades. They recognized that the only alternative to a pact with Lebanese Muslims was civil war, and since the resulting agreement was quite satisfactory for Christian interests, this posed little temptation in the mid-40s. Only 30 years later did the main Maronite parties accept alliance with Israel. 5 by then years of communal strife resulting largely from the inequities suffered by the Muslim majority and later exacerbated by the Palestine presence, siding with the Muslims, had led to the breakdown of the National Pact and a vicious civil war, with Syrian and Israeli participation. 10 days after the establishment of the State of Israel in May 1948, Ben-Gurion presented his general staff with his plan to establish a Christian state north of the Litani River with which Israel would form an alliance, CP 190. In the mid-1950s, plans were considered at the highest level to dismember Lebanon, establishing a Christian state with Israel annexing the territory south of the Litani. Chief of Staff Moshe Dayan felt that this could be achieved by finding an officer, even just a major, who could be bribed or won over and would then agree to declare himself the savior of the Maronite population, after which Israel would invade and realize its plans. 6 These plans had to be put in abeyance from 1956, when Israel was allied with France, which saw itself as the protector of Lebanon. But they were taken up again in the 1970s and were partially realized with the establishment of Major Saad Haddad's independent state in southern Lebanon in 1979, after the 1978 Israeli invasion and territory handed over to him by the Israeli army in defiance of the United Nations after Haddad had deserted from the Lebanese army. Peace for Galilee. 203. 3. The background in Lebanon. 3.1 The PLO and the Civil War. In 1970, many Palestinians were driven from Jordan after a bloody conflict in which thousands were killed by King Hussein's forces. In Lebanon, they joined hundreds of thousands of refugees from the 1948 war. The PLO at first attempted to keep clear of Lebanon's internal strife. Furthermore, after vicious terrorist attacks in Israel in the early 1970s, PLO tactics began to change. John Cooley observes that during 1974, and in fact, thereafter, there was a strong tendency by Arafat's PLO leadership, Al-Fatah, to curb cross-border activity, though this did not prevent wildcat actions by other groups in the PLO. 7 The PLO was, however, drawn into the civil war, initially, by an April 1975 phalange attack on a bus killing 27 Palestinians and Lebanese who were traveling to Tel al-Zawita from the Sabra and Shaitla camps, a grim portent. At first, the PLO role was largely limited to arming some Muslim and leftist groups and helping defend Muslim districts that were under Christian, largely Maronite phalange, attack. The PLO took a more active role in January 1976, when Christian militias blockaded Palestinian camps. By this time, Cooley writes, such events as Black Saturday on December 6, 1975, when over 200 Muslim hostages were taken and murdered by the Phalange in reprisals for murders of 4 Phalangists militiamen, and a new leftist offensive against the fortified Christian hotels, had consummated the partition of Beirut and Lebanon as a whole into 2 well-defined zones, the Eastern Christian and the Western Islamo-progressivist or leftist sector. The alliances were actually fairly complex, but I will keep to the oversimplified familiar terms, noting here that they are a bit misleading. The Muslim Courant in Islam was overrun by Christian forces with large numbers massacred, then burned and razed ... with bulldozers. The Christian, Chamounist, town of Dama was then taken by the leftist Palestinian coalition and ... occupied, looted, and destroyed. The propaganda of Israel and its American supporters regularly refers to the last of these atrocities as proof that the PLO was 204. Noam Chomsky. Conducting a murderous war against the Lebanese, what preceded is regularly omitted. 3.2 Syria and Israel in Lebanon. Syria entered the war in support of the Christians against the leftist Palestinian coalition, an act that Kissinger called constructive and that was tacitly backed by Israel, though Israel insisted that the Syrian army remain north of the Litani. By July 1976, a Syrian-led peacekeeping force had intervened under an Arab League mandate, still in support of the Christians. In August, the Tel al-Zawita Palestinian camp was overrun after a long siege. Thousands were massacred by Christian forces using Israeli arms, armored personnel carriers and tanks, still with Israeli Defense Forces markings in Hebrew, Cooley writes, adding that by early summer considerable transfers of tanks, vehicles, artillery, and other military equipment had been made by Israel to the rightists, Maronites. Israeli military forces now operated regularly in southern Lebanon to establish rightist control. Syria launched another major offensive against the leftist Palestinian alliance in September. By October 1976, the peacekeeping forces, largely Syrian, numbered 30,000. Subsequently, Syria turned against the Christian right. The Maronite phalange under Bashar Gemayel established its dominance within the Christian Right alliance by murdering opposition elements. The PLO continued to engage in murderous conflict with Israeli-supported Christian elements and, later, with local Muslim groups in the south, while frequently acting to protect Muslim elements from Christian massacres. Israel meanwhile conducted regular military attacks in Lebanon, including bombing and shelling of refugee camps, bombardment of coastal cities by gunboats, terrorist raids in Beirut and elsewhere, the outright invasion of 1978, and finally the occupation of large parts of Lebanon in the summer of 1982. See also p. 77. Israeli sources give further information about early Israeli Maronite contacts. In Hotam, Mapam, Chaim Magalit reports that in February 1976 a boat with Maronite leaders was received secretly in Haifa. He quotes Amos Aaron, then general manager of the Office of Peace for Galilee. 205. Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin of the Labour Party, who explains further that the Maronites were divided into a group that wanted to undertake joint actions with Israel and those who saw Lebanon as part of the Arab world. The Rabin government supported the former group, the Phalangists and Chamanists. The early contacts were at a low level and were kept secret, though they were widely known, and at the time, Aaron reports, the Americans were not in the picture. A qualitative change took place when the Begin government took power. In fact, other evidence suggests, after Sharon became defense minister in July 1981. The exploitative character of the Maronites was well known, Magalit continues, just as we knew that they would not hesitate to arrange provocations in order to bring Israel in to fight for them. He claims that the conflict with the Syrians over the air defense missiles in the Bekaa Valley began with the provocation of the Phalange soldiers, a view corroborated by other sources. See Chapter 6, Section 2.2. Aaron asserts that Bashar Gemayel, who was elected president in August 1982 under Israeli guns and later assassinated, was no friend of Israel. If Bashar Gemayel were alive and president of Lebanon, he would be no better, meaning no more friendly to Israel, than his brother Amin, who was elected president after the assassination. Those who knew him are ready to say that it is reasonable to assume that he would have been even worse than his brother with regard to Israel and its requests, a matter to which we return. 8. 3.3 The population under the PLO and the Phalange. As Israeli forces conquered southern Lebanon in 1982, many stories began to circulate about the violence and terrorism of PLO rule. In contrast, Little was said about the treatment of Palestinians in areas controlled by Israeli-backed Christian forces, but then, there is little to say, since those who were not killed outright were simply expelled. The treatment of Muslims by these forces has also received little notice, and again, the same comment holds. A number of journalists attempted to verify these reports. A respected Israeli Arab journalist, Atla Mansour, himself a Maronite, traveled through the territories that had been under PLO and Lebanese. 206. Noam Chomsky. Muslim control. He observes that of all the forces in Lebanon, only the Maronite Phalange and the extremist Christian Guards of the Cedars, also allied with Israel, practiced policies based on communal exclusivism, simply removing or destroying their local enemies. In the left Muslim Palestinian camp there were communal militias, but most of these organizations profess a universalist Arab, Lebanese, or socialist ideology, and their practice reflected the fact Christian communities are found throughout the area under their control, in contrast to the Phalangists, who drove out of the areas they controlled in Beirut, Jr., and other areas almost all the non-Christian population. The well-known Muslim atrocities, Dama, Ish-I, apparently were revenge for similar actions carried out by Christians in Karantina, Tel al-Zawtar, and in the Beirut area and Qiyam, near Israeli Metula. In contrast, throughout the areas held by the Muslim Palestinian forces there are lively Christian communities of various sects, as Mansour found in a tour through the area, including Christian cities and towns and isolated villages deprived of any Phalange protection. He heard stories of oppression and occasional atrocities. The Christians were not fortunate at all, but it is doubtful that many people were fortunate in Lebanon from 1975 apart from murderers and robbers. A relative he met in a Christian town near Sidon, under Muslim Palestinian control, told him that he had read too many newspapers and believed the politicians. Mansour's general conclusion was that life for the Christians in these areas was no bed of roses, but that it went on in relative peace, in sharp contrast to what happened in the areas dominated by the murderous Israeli-backed Christian forces. 9 Note the unusual, perhaps unique credibility of Mansour's account, given his reputation, background, and access to sources. 2 Jerusalem Post reporters also toured South Lebanon to investigate the stories of PLO terror and atrocities. Despite considerable effort, they could find little or no substantive proof for many of the atrocity stories making the rounds, and eventually concluded that they were exaggerated. A close reading of their discoveries suggests that this may be an understatement, particularly when we correct for Peace for Galilee. 207. The extreme bias that they barely attempt to hide. Thus they say that in Tel al-Zawtar many Palestinians were reportedly killed by the Christian forces. My emphasis, and they open their article by saying that life in southern Lebanon was so unpleasant that a large part of its population fled north to escape the PLO, later giving evidence that the population fled massive Israeli attacks, and so on, throughout. In the town of Hasbaya, they found that the PLO appears to have behaved more or less correctly with the people. They were also told that 49 people were killed by Israeli shelling, though the PLO never came closer than 2 kilometers except for brief shopping forays, and fear of the IDF was, the notables imply, far greater among Hasbayans than their fear of the PLO, an observation from which they draw no conclusions with regard to terrorism. In other towns and villages they found that officials and others knew nothing about allegations of PLO atrocities or misbehavior. They visited Nabat-I, allegedly one of the areas of the worst PLO atrocities. The police chief told them of about 10 cases of disappearance, though he was unable to provide any details. As for the 50,000 people who fled from this town of 60,000, they fled mostly because of fear of the Israeli shelling. The police chief told them 200 were killed by Israeli attacks, including a reprisal, which destroyed much of the Palestine refugee camp after the terrorist raid in Malad. He also denied that there had been any cases of rape or extortion. Through the PLO took goods from shops whose owners had fled. Others confirmed this impression, insisting that they knew of no cases of murder or rape, including residents of Ansar, to which they were specifically directed by an IDF colonel who heard that they were investigating PLO rule and atrocities. Here, the only story they elicited was of the killing of 5 local inhabitants who had opposed the PLO, fought against them, with arms, during or after a firefight, according to residents. They visited the Greek Orthodox Archbishop of Tyre, Georges Haddad, to ask him about life under the PLO, but he prefers to expatiate on the problem of the thousands detained by the IDF in southern Lebanon, and when asked about PLO anarchy or rule in Tyre, he responded by speaking of IDF destruction of buildings in 208. Noam Chomsky. His city. Finally, under repeated prodding, he said, exasperated, that there were some atrocities by extremist elements, specifically, by the Syrian-backed Sa'ika in revenge for the Falanist massacre in Tel al-Sawta, where thousands were murdered. Also, the PLO was inclined to persecute and strike out against persons who disagreed with or resisted them, or were identified as agents of Major Sayyid Haddad or Israel. The general impression these 2 Israeli reporters received was that the PLO were often oppressive, but that atrocities were rare. In southern Lebanon, fear was never far below the surface, fear of the PLO's arbitrary law of the gun and, in several cases, the even greater fear of Israeli airstrikes and artillery barrages. 10. After what is officially termed their liberation from PLO terror, the inhabitants of Hasbaya, where the PLO had behaved correctly and 49 people were killed by IDF shelling, apparently began to raise some problems for their liberators. In November 1982, the IDF banned all political activity in Hasbaya and other villages of the region after arms caches were discovered in the offices of these parties in the town of Hasbaya. The parties banned were the pro-Syrian Party, the pro-Iraqi Party, the Communist Party, and the party of Walid Jumlat, the Druze leader whose father, assassinated in 1977, had headed the now disbanded Muslim Palestinian Lebanese National Front, a party affiliated with the strongly pro-Israel Socialist International. The Israeli commander also ordered that pictures of party leaders be removed from the walls of the houses. The day after these reports appeared, the IDF denied them, alleging that the ban was instituted by Major Haddad, the Israeli client who was given jurisdiction over this area after the Israeli conquest, a distinction without a difference. 11. 3.4 Israeli military operations in Lebanon in the 1970s. Israel's attacks in Lebanon over the years were generally described in the US as retaliation against PLO terrorism. As usual, the categories of terrorism and reprisal are more ideological than descriptive. One might, for example, raise the question of what the Palestinians were doing in Lebanon in the first place. They did not move the Peace for Galilee. 209. Cause they liked the scenery. The comparable question would not be regarded as irrelevant in the case of some official enemy conducting retaliatory or preemptive strikes against terrorism, say, attacks by the Russian-sponsored Afghan army against Afghan refugees in Pakistan, see Note 4. Other questions also arise. For example, 2 days before the PLO terrorist attack in Malot in May 1974, where 20 teenage Israeli hostages from a paramilitary youth group, Gadna, were killed during an attempt to rescue the hostages after Israel had rejected negotiation efforts. The terrorist unit, from Hawatmez Democratic Front, had previously killed 5 other Israelis, including 2 Arabs. An Israeli air attack on the village of Al-Kfar in Lebanon killed 4 civilians. The PLO raid is, properly, described here as terrorism, but not the Israeli air attack, which, in fact, is known, though barely known, here only because it happened to be the native village of the parents of U.S. Senator James Abresk. According to Edward said, The Malot attack was preceded by weeks of sustained Israeli napalm bombing of Palestinian refugee camps in southern Lebanon with over 200 killed. 12 It might also be noted that the taking of hostages in order to exchange them for prisoners, as at Malot, is not without precedent. Recall the Israeli hijacking of a civilian airliner 20 years earlier with the same intent, CP 90. In the mid-1970s, as the PLO began to turn away from cross-border terrorist raids and the Labour government intensified its attacks, Israel shifted the grounds from retaliation to prevention. Thus, on December 2, 1975, 30 Israeli warplanes bombed and strafed Palestinian refugee camps and nearby villages, killing 57 people. Lebanese military communique, Palestinian press service. Israeli officials stressed that the purpose of the action had been preventive, not punitive. 2 days earlier, over Israel's angry objections, the UN Security Council had paved the way for participation by the Palestine Liberation Organization in talks on the overall Middle East situation. Namely, in the session devoted to the Arab Initiative for a full-scale peaceful two-state settlement prepared by the PLO, according to Israel's UN representative, and vetoed by the U.S. 13. One might conjecture that the preventive strikes in fact constituted is 210. Noam Chomsky. Was retaliation against the UN Security Council. Israel's right to undertake such preventive massacres was rarely questioned here. In fact, Israeli attacks in Lebanon were covered only sporadically in the press, and then often in side comment, in part, perhaps, because of the difficulties faced by journalists attempting to travel in southern Lebanon, in part from indifference. The story of these operations has yet to be told. They did receive occasional notice. 14 Newsweek reported in 1970 that by conservative estimate, the escalating border war has already forced out 1/5 of the 150,000 Lebanese Muslims in the area, and the rest live gripped in a steady terror. In the words of one Christian villager, the population is caught in the middle between the Palestinians, who want back their land, and the Israelis, who don't want to give it up. Both are determined to fight, an accurate statement as of 1970.15. After a visit to Lebanon in 1974, correspondent Philip Bowring wrote, "Although foreigners feel safe enough from the raids of the Israelis in central Beirut, if they take the trouble to leave the tourist haunts they will see why the locals live with fear. The Lebanese view is that the raids are less an effort to satisfy Israeli domestic bloodlusts than an attempt to blow Lebanon's fragile political unity apart, setting Christians and Muslims against each other and the Palestinians against everyone. It could happen. 16. It did happen, in accord with the rational prospect explained by Abu Ibn, but Americans, who were funding the operation, rarely took the trouble to see that Israel has, again rationally, been intent on fostering internal strife in Lebanon has also been argued, for example, by Walid Khalidi, who suggests that Israeli initiatives leading to the intensive Israeli bombardment of November 1977 and the 1978 invasion may have been in part motivated by the desire to disrupt a recent agreement between the Lebanese government, Syria and the PLO, the Shtoru Accord, which imposed a freeze on Palestinian cross-border operations and offered some possibility for a settlement of the civil conflict. Shortly after the surrender of heavy armaments by the PLO in the Peace for Galilee. 211. First phrase of the accord, the Israeli-controlled Hadad militia launched an offensive with Israeli military support, disrupting the government's plans to deploy the Lebanese army in the south. Edward Mortimer suggests that similar concerns may have influenced the timing of the 1982 invasion, about which, more below. Discussing Israel's policies after the 1982 invasion, David Hurst concludes, Israel's policy, insofar as it has a coherent one, appears to be to divide and rule, to seize, opportunistically, on all available means of reinforcing military control with political manipulation, to bring rival communities into collision with each other and into dependence on itself. 17. A close look at the facts tends to lend credibility to these conclusions, as we shall see in the next chapter. One of the rare articles on the bombing of Lebanon in the early 1970s was written by Judith Coburn, after an investigation of several months. One Christian Arab village was a near ghost town after 5 straight days of bombing in May 1974, the same month as the Malot terrorist action, which in contrast to this one, is very well known. She found scores of villages like it, bombed since 1968 and attacked almost daily in recent months. By airplane, artillery, tanks and gunboats, and invaded by Israeli commandos who blow up houses, kill villages, and take prisoners. The Israelis are using the full range of sophisticated savagery known to our own military in Indochina: shells, bombs, phosphorus, incendiary bombs, CBUs and napalm, much of it supplied by the US. The Lebanese government says that 301 Lebanese civilians have been killed. Diplomats in Beirut and UN officials estimate 3,500 killed in Lebanon, Syria and Jordan in Israeli raids. There are no figures for Palestinian civilians, but observers estimate they must be at least twice as high as for the Lebanese. Palestinian towns and camps have been almost leveled. Most Lebanese and some diplomats in Beirut believe that the Israelis are pursuing a scorched earth policy in southern Lebanon designed to drive all population from the area and establish a DMZ, reporting burning of crops, destruction of olive groves, and so on. The bombing has become so routine that it goes largely. 212. Noam Chomsky. Unreported in the American press. 18. Though Palestinian terror attacks were always front-page news and, again, properly, elicited outraged condemnation. If the figures cited are correct, then by 1975 Israel had killed about 10 times as many Palestinians and Lebanese in attacks on Lebanon as the total number of Israelis killed in the course of cross-border Palestinian attacks through 1982. CP 86. London Guardian correspondent Irene Beeson reports that 150 or more towns and villages in South Lebanon have been repeatedly savaged by the Israeli armed forces since 1968. She describes the history of the village of Qiyam, bombed from 1968. By the time Israel invaded 10 years later, only 32 of its 30,000 inhabitants remained. They were massacred in cold blood by the Haddad forces that Israel had established in the south. 19 After the Beirut massacres in September 1982, the story of Qiyam was recalled in the Israeli press. Moshe Hazani wrote that we knew about the Christian atrocities of 1978, and we were silent. The silence fell on other villages, where there were events similar to those of Qiyam, and perhaps still more terrible. Our hands spilled this blood, he writes, adding that the Beirut massacres could have been no surprise to the IDF, which knew the history well. 20. Those who are paying the bills have yet to show similar honesty. Note that a decade of bombardment that drove out much of the population still goes unmentioned. Before the Lebanese army disintegrated in 1976, it had given a figure of 1.4 Israeli violations of Lebanese territory per day from 196,874, with 17 per day in 1975, when the tally ended. By October 1977 it was estimated that the total number of refugees from the south, mostly impoverished Shiite Lebanese Muslims, had reached 300,000. Many were brutally expelled from their slum dwellings in West Beirut after the conquering Israeli army, or as some prefer, their liberators, had handed control over to the Phalange. See Chapter 6, Section 7.3. American correspondents in Beirut report privately that the New York office of a major television network suppressed a 1975 documentary on Israeli military actions in southern Lebanon, Peace for Galilee. 213. In November 1977, an Israeli-initiated exchange of fire caused several casualties on each side, and finally Israeli bombing in which some 70 people, nearly all Lebanese, were killed. 22. As noted earlier, the fear of a still greater war at this time may well have been one of the factors that impelled Sadat to offer to visit Jerusalem. In March 1978, Israel invaded Lebanon in retaliation for a terrorist attack by PLO guerrillas, who reached Israel by sea from near Beirut, leading to the death of 34 Israelis in an exchange of fire on a coastal road. The invasion was violent and destructive, with many areas left in ruins, some 250,000 refugees, and 2,000 dead. 23. The raiders had come from a point well north of the area invaded by Israel. The border had been relatively quiet since the November 1977 interchange initiated by Israel. In 1979, heavy Israeli bombardment continued, generally ignored in the U.S., though some of the worst atrocities were reported. John Cooley reports, despairing over apparent Western indifference to the ongoing carnage in Lebanon, Lebanese Prime Minister Salim al-Hosn has compiled a list of Lebanese men, women, and children killed or wounded in Israeli attacks inside Lebanon since last April, to be dispatched to Washington by the U.S. Embassy. The purpose was to show the magnitude of purely Lebanese casualties, nearly 100 killed and wounded in one day's air raids last April alone. 24. The Lebanese government list is reported to have detailed the names, ages and occupations of 969 Lebanese civilians killed and 224 wounded by Israeli airstrikes and shelling. 25. Cooley reports further that the Lebanese Prime Minister, a mild-mannered man educated in the United States, reacted angrily to a U.S. State Department statement that the American administration did not know whether U.S. made planes had bombed Lebanon recently, asking, "Does the American spokesman expect to convince us that Israel's military capability, being used to pound populated areas mercilessly and daily, is not provided by the United States, despite all the American economic and military aid Israel is receiving?" Eyewitnesses report homes, farms, livestock, automobiles, and boats in the port of Tyre destroyed in the latest fighting, which included firing by U.S. 214. Noam Chomsky supplied heavy artillery from inside Israel and from inside Major Haddad's southern Lebanese enclave, Cooley continues. Israeli bombardment was regarded as so ordinary and unremarkable that it was sometimes merely noted in passing, as when Pranay Gupta mentioned in a New York Times article on Lebanon that Israeli warships lobbed shells into the port city of Tyre, a Palestinian center. 26. Incidentally, a Lebanese city, the Palestinian center was in Rashida, south of Tyre. All of this designed to achieve Ibn's rational prospect. One suspects that regular Palestinian bombardment of Israeli cities and towns might have been treated somewhat less casually, and might even have been regularly reported, perhaps even eliciting editorial comment, perhaps even criticism. One may recall, at this point, the common complaint by some Israeli commentators and many supporters of Israel here, several already quoted, that Israel's imperfections are scrutinized under a magnifying glass by the Western media, while PLO atrocities are ignored. 4. From July 1981. 4.1 The July bombardments and the Habib ceasefire. In July 1981, Israeli planes once again initiated hostilities after a period of peace, striking Palestinian targets in southern Lebanon. Palestinian retaliation elicited extensive Israeli bombing, ultimately the terror attacks of July the 17th to the 8th on Beirut and other civilian targets, leaving hundreds dead. After Philip Habib's negotiations on behalf of the U.S. government, a ceasefire was put into effect, but it was clear that sooner or later, Israel will probably find a pretext for another invasion of Lebanon in an effort to administer the coup de grace to the PLO and to disperse the refugees once again. 27. The subsequent history is illuminating. 4.2 The occupied territories. A series of important events took place from summer 1981 to the Israeli invasion a year later. Menachem Begin was re-elected and appointed as his defense minister General Ariel Sharon, who at once Peace for Galilee. 215. Began to plan for the invasion, as he later explained. In November, a new and far harsher regime was instituted in the West Bank and Gaza, under the direction of Sharon and Menachem Milson, the new civilian administrator. The shift to civilian administration was widely understood as a move towards a form of annexation. In December and January, the Golan Heights were in effect annexed to Israel. 4.3 The Sinai withdrawal. In April 1982, Israel completed their withdrawal from the Sinai as arranged at Camp David, evacuating the town of Yamit in northeastern Sinai with a national drama that appears to have been largely staged for a domestic and American audience. 28 Amnon Kapleuk described the Yamit evacuation as one of the largest brainwashing operations conducted by the government in order to convince the Israeli people that they have suffered a national trauma, the effect of which will be felt for generations and which will create a national consensus opposed to similar withdrawals in the remaining occupied territories. He quotes General Chaim Erez, commander of the Yamit evacuation, who says that everything was planned and agreed from the beginning with the settlers who were to offer a show of resistance. Thus, Kapleuk writes, while the hospitals of the West Bank were full of scores of Palestinian victims of trigger-happy Israeli soldiers, a miracle occurred in Yamit, no demonstrators required even first aid attention. 29. Meanwhile, the other intended audience here was treated to heart-rending accounts of Jewish settlers, many of them recent immigrants from the US and USSR, forced to leave their homes. As discussed in the preceding chapter, CPP 117F, the former Arab settlers had been displaced by force and violence not long before with little notice here, driven into the desert, their houses, mosques, schools, cemeteries, crops, orchards destroyed. Most then performed menial labor for the new settlers on their former lands. The New York Times reported that local Arab labor is cheap, not troubling to explain why. Some lived only a few hundred yards away, but they were not even provided with water from the pumping stations. 216. Noam Chomsky. Built for the modern town of Yamit, one of the proud achievements of the Labour Party. 30. This was only one phase in the expulsion of the Bedouin from their lands in Israel and across the borders, beginning in 1950, when some 3,500 were expelled from the demilitarized zones with air and ground attacks. 31. The Bedouin had anticipated that after the completion of the Sinai evacuation, they would be able to move into the town of Yamit that had been constructed on the lands from which they had been driven. This was not to be, however. Yamit and the other Jewish settlements in the area were destroyed by the departing Israeli forces, leaving what Uri Avneri called a monument commemorating the Israeli vandal. 32 David Sheehan describes how Israel expelled the 6,000 Bedouin of the area, destroying everything they had built and cultivated, and then introduced 2,000 Jewish settlers with billions of dollars of investment, paid for by the usual generous donor. He then adds, now again we have uprooted trees, demolished the buildings, pulled out the water pipes, torn down electricity lines and introduced the desert. In the long run we will have only been an episode. Now the Bedouins will come back, they will dig water holes, build shacks and live in them. Plant trees, grow vegetables, the area will truly return to what it was before we came in. But where shall we take our shame? 33. This is in fact standard Israeli practice. Recall the destruction of the Qumran a few years earlier when the Israeli army withdrew from parts of the Golan Heights. or 1956, when Israel was compelled to withdraw from the Sinai after its attack on Egypt in collusion with France and Britain, and Israeli forces systematically destroyed all surfaced roads, railway tracks and telephone lines, and destroyed all buildings in the tiny villages of Abu Agila and El Qimma, prompting UN Commander General Burns to comment, "God had scorched the Sinai earth, and his chosen people removed whatever stood above it." 34. The Sinai was evacuated in April, as scheduled. Egypt and Israel now enjoyed more or less normal arrangements, and, crucially, Egyptian military forces were excluded from the Arab-Israeli conflict, so. Peace for Galilee. 217. That Israel could concentrate its attention, and its military forces, on the occupied territories and the northern border. 4.4 Israeli provocations and the U.S. response. Through early 1982, Israel carried out a series of provocative actions in southern Lebanon, including the sinking of Lebanese fishing boats in Lebanese territorial waters, training exercises in southern Lebanon with extensive gunfire by the Haddad forces, in effect, part of the Israeli army, military maneuvers in southern Lebanon that were described by the UN as intensive, excessive, and provocative, repeated deployment of military forces at potential invasion routes, and, from August 1981 to May 1982, 2,125 violations of Lebanese airspace and 652 violations of Lebanese territorial waters. 35 None of these actions succeeded in eliciting a PLO provocation that could serve as a pretext for the planned invasion. In February, Time reported, an Israeli assault was narrowly averted. Though perhaps not for long. In January, Defense Minister Sharon had met with the commander of the Christian Phalange forces, Bashar Gemayel, in an Israeli gunboat off the Lebanese coast, to plan an invasion that would bring Israeli forces as far north as the edge of Beirut International Airport. 36 A precise description of the operation launched in early June. The Israeli and international media carried many other reports of the impending invasion, but the PLO was uncooperative and supplied no suitable pretext. Age News, Beirut, April 1982, cites a report of the rightist Voice of Lebanon radio on March 9 that a Lebanese freighter was dynamited by Israeli frogmen at Tyre. There is a picture of the damaged ship. Zef cites an NBC television report by John Chancellor, known for his contacts in Washington, on April 8, 1982, which was so accurate that it amounted to a virtual exposure of the Israeli war plans, including the plans for attacking Beirut and confronting the Syrian forces in the Bekaa Valley, one of a series of indications that Washington was duly informed about Sharon's plans that went beyond southern Lebanon, contrary to subsequent pretense. Green Light, Lebanon, Foreign Policy, Spring 1983. 218. Noam Chomsky. On April 21, Israel broke the 9-month truce with a still more provocative action, bombing alleged PLO centers in coastal areas south of Beirut. This time there had been a PLO terrorist act. An Israeli soldier had been killed when his military jeep struck a landmine in southern Lebanon. There was still no PLO response. Israel's position that its bombing was retaliatory was accepted in the U.S. by the pro-PLO and anti-Israel press. The Washington Post, for example, responded to these events as follows. So this is not the moment for sermons to Israel. It is a moment for respect for Israel's anguish, and for mourning the latest victims of Israeli-Palestinian hostility. 37. Typically, it is Israel's anguish that we must respect when still more Palestinians are killed in an unprovoked Israeli terrorist attack. Again, one imagines that the reaction might have been somewhat different if the PLO had bombed coastal towns north of Tel Aviv, killing many people, in retaliation for the death of a Palestinian guerrilla in northern Israel, an Israeli provocation. The reference in the Post to Israel's anguish has to do with the difficulty of suppressing Palestinian nationalism in the occupied territories. and the great pain caused by the evacuation of the Yamit settlers in what the Israeli press called Operation National Trauma E-82, see Note 28. Note that the latest victims were not victims of Israeli air raids, but of the more abstract Israeli-Palestinian hostility. Emboldened by such signals as this, Israel prepared for the next provocation. On May 9, Israel again bombed Lebanon in retaliation for the discovery of landmines in Israel and the bombing of a bus in Jerusalem. 38. This time, there was a light PLO rocket and artillery response, directed away from settled areas, with no reported casualties. 3 days later, the military correspondent of Haaretz, Zefsif, wrote, "With regard to the war in the north, Israel is now at 1 minute before midnight. It is not true that, as we tell the Americans, we do not want to invade Lebanon. There are influential forces, led by the defense minister, which, with intelligence and cunning, are taking well-considered steps to reach a situation that will leave peace for Galilee." 219. Israel with no choice but to invade Lebanon even if it were to involve a war with Syria. The war would aim to root out the PLO and to make Israel the policeman of Lebanon, able to decide even how the members of the Lebanese parliament vote when it comes to the election of the next Lebanese president. 39, an election scheduled for the coming August. It is inconceivable that the US government was unaware of all of this. 4.5 The pretext for the invasion of Lebanon. On June 3, a terrorist group that had been engaged in a running battle with the PLO for a decade and whose head, Abu Nidal, had been condemned to death by the PLO attempted to assassinate Israeli ambassador Shlomo Argov in London. The facts were reported at once by the British police and government, with the further information that PLO leaders were on the hit list of the attackers, but the insistence of the PLO that it had nothing to do with this act was rejected by the Israeli government, with much of the US press in line as usual. The Washington Post commented that the assassination attempt was an embarrassment for the PLO, which claims to represent all Palestinians, but tends to be selective about accepting responsibility for acts of Palestinian violence. 40. By the same logic, it would be legitimate to bomb Israel when any Jew carries out a violent act against Palestinians, for example, the Jewish Defense League in New York, or an American immigrant went. The 3 attackers were caught and given 35-year sentences. The leader, who was deputy commander of Abu Nidal's Special Operations Section, was identified as a colonel in the Iraqi intelligence service. The assassination may have been ordered by the Iraqi government in the expectation that Israel would attack Lebanon in reprisal, offering Iraq the opportunity to end the war with Iran in the name of unity against Israel, as it proposed to do on June 10. Iran refused, giving exactly this analysis of what had happened. Jan Black, Manchester Guardian Weekly, March 13, 1983. Black suggests further that Britain and the US downplayed the incident because of their interest in improving trade and diplomatic relations with Iraq. C.P. 228. Also p. 92. 220. Noam Chomsky. The Zerk at the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem, or the Jewish armed resistance in Rome, see below. Recall that Israeli courts have determined that Israel is the state of the Jewish people, which includes the Jews of the diaspora, cp. 48, and Chapter 4, Section 8.2, for the meaning of the fact. If the Post were to make a similar comment about Israel and Jews, it would rightly be condemned for outrageous anti-Semitism and advocacy of terrorism. In retaliation for the attempt to assassinate the Israeli ambassador, Israel carried out heavy bombardment of Palestinian and Lebanese targets in Lebanon, where the Abu Nidal group does not even have an office. Again, the official Israeli version was accepted by the press. The bombings were unfortunate, perhaps excessive, but retaliation or reprisal. 41. The Palestinian refugee camps of Sabra and Shatila, later to become famous as the site of the September massacres, were bombed for 4 hours. The local Gaza hospital was hit. Over the 200 people were killed, according to the eyewitness account of an American observer. 42 recalled that the total number of Israelis killed in the course of PLO terrorist cross-border actions in 15 years was 106. This time, there was a Palestinian response, shelling of northern settlements, and Israel launched its long-planned full-scale invasion, Operation Peace for Galilee, to protect the northern border. For 11 months, there had been no Palestinian action on the northern border apart from the May and June retaliatory shellings, and in July 1981 it had been Israel's initiative that shattered the peace along the border, not for the first time, as we have seen. A number of Israelis expressed shock over the retaliation after the attempt to assassinate Ambassador Argov. One asked that we imagine that the British would have bombed Tel Aviv or Netanyahu in retaliation for the murder of Lord Moyne by a group directed by the current Foreign Minister of Israel, or the hanging of the British sergeants by Begin's terrorist army, asking, wouldn't we have called it barbarism? 43 And what would we have called it if Lord Moyne had been killed by an anti-Zionist terrorist group, instead of by Zionist terrorists? To correct the analogy, the same might be asked about there. Peace for Galilee. 221. Assassination of 2 Palestinians in Rome in June 1982 by a group called the Jewish Armed Resistance, which appears to have been in contact with the Jewish Defense League, 44, whose leader calls for the expulsion of Arabs from the land of Israel when he is not beating and shooting at them as part of his regular army service on the West Bank. But in this case, the question was not raised in the United States, in accordance with the normal double standard. The PLO allegation that Israel was involved in the Rome assassinations was denounced by Israeli officials in Rome as tantamount to an appeal to the assassination of members of the Embassy of Israel. In contrast, the Israeli claim that the PLO was responsible for the Argov attack was not tantamount to an appeal for assassination. Rather, it was the prelude to the Israeli assassination of thousands of Palestinians and Lebanese in the retaliatory strikes and the subsequent full-scale invasion. Again, the obvious questions were not raised here. 4.6 The reasons for the invasion of Lebanon. 4.6.1 The imperatives of rejectionism. The Israeli claim to be acting in legitimate self-defense was accepted by the U.S. government and large segments of the press and intelligentsia, though in this case, an unprecedented negative reaction developed in the U.S. One obvious purpose of the Israeli attack, as predicted long before, was to disperse the refugees once again and to destroy the organization that represents Palestinian nationalism, to ensure, as one senior Israeli diplomat said, that they, the PLO, are dead people politically. 45 Recalled the U.S. veto of the June 26 Security Council resolution calling for an end to hostilities on the grounds that it was a transparent attempt to preserve the PLO as a viable political force. 46 With the Palestinian counterpart to the Zionist organization eliminated, it was hoped that Israel could proceed with its plans to suppress any meaningful form of Palestinian self-determination within the occupied territories without any concern for Palestinian opposition in the international arena or for what Palestinians might regard as retaliation from southern Lebanon. 222. Noam Chomsky. For further oppression and brutality in the territories, unprovoked terrorism, in Western lingo. At the same time, destruction of the PLO might serve to demoralize the Palestinians in the territories and elsewhere, in accordance with the assumption of General Sharon that quiet on the West Bank requires the destruction of the PLO in Lebanon. 47 And the advice of New Republic editor Martin Peretz, on the eve of the invasion, that Israel should administer to the PLO a lasting military defeat that will clarify to the Palestinians in the West Bank that their struggle for an independent state has suffered a setback of many years. 48 Then, Peretz explains, the Palestinians will be turned into just another crushed nation, like the Kurds or the Afghans, and the Palestinian problem, which is beginning to be boring, will be resolved. Sharon's war had long been anticipated within Israel, and the reasons for it were clearly understood. 3 months earlier, in March, Joel Marcus had written in Haaretz, "Behind the official excuse of we shall not tolerate shelling or terrorist actions lies a strategic view which holds that the physical annihilation of the PLO has to be achieved. That is, not only must its fingers and hands in the West Bank be amputated, as is now being done with an iron fist, but its heart and head in Beirut must be dealt with. As Israel does not want the PLO as a partner for talks or as an interlocutor for any solution in the West." In this interview in Haaretz, Peretz urges slightly better treatment of the Arabs in the West Bank than is contemplated and begins autonomy, which, he notes, will allow them no more than the right to collect garbage. He thinks that the enlightened and liberal occupation policy followed until 1981 was probably a mistake, and that his old friend Menachem Milson may be right in his view that strong policies such as those discussed in the preceding chapter should have been instituted from 1967, not just from 1981. We return directly to his thoughts concerning the press and the Arab national character, pp. 233-331. The interview is interesting as a rather crude expression of the right-wing Labour viewpoint, barely distinguishable from that of Likud hardliners. It may also be usefully compared to what Peretz addresses to an American audience in the New Republic. It is interesting that this advocate of an overwhelming assault on the PLO in Lebanon felt no shame in serving as a sponsor for an Oxfam urgent humanitarian appeal for the people of Lebanon that described the grim count of civilian casualties in Lebanon with thousands killed and hundreds of thousands of people homeless. New York Times, June 20, 1982. Peace for Galilee. 223. Bank. The supporters of confrontation with the PLO hold that the logical continuation of the struggle with the PLO in the territories is in Lebanon. With the loss of its physical strength, in their opinion, the PLO will lose not only its hold over the territories but also its growing international status. 49. Marcus correctly identifies two concerns: the hold of the PLO over the territories, or more accurately, the support for the PLO on the part of the overwhelming majority of the population, and its growing international status. Both factors stood in the way of the rejectionist commitments of the two major political groupings in Israel. The latter concern recalls the familiar panic described by Amos Seelan whenever the threat of a peaceful political settlement becomes difficult to contain, see Chapter 3. In fact, this panic was again rising in 1981 too, as we have already seen, with the Saudi Arabian peace plan, the real author being the PLO, according to President Chaim Herzog, and subsequent Syrian and Saudi initiatives. But now there was a still more ominous development. The PLO was scrupulously observing the ceasefire, despite many Israeli provocations. The struggle to portray the PLO as nothing more than a terrorist gang had already largely been lost in Europe, but the US was still holding the line. But how long could American opinion remain under control if the PLO persisted on this dangerous course? One might note again, in this connection, the curious beliefs of supporters of Israel about the pro-PLO press and the numerous public figures in the West and even Western governments that encourage the PLO in its maximalist course of destroying Israel, CP. 1. Similarly, Martin Britz explained to his Israeli audience that one of Israel's problems in the US is obviously the press. The press you have lost years ago because most journalists are young people of the Vietnam generation whose sympathy is always granted to anyone who calls himself a guerrilla or a freedom fighter, and television simply makes the problem worse. 50. A similar and equally plausible view of the press as communist-dominated is common among the extreme right wing in the US. 224. Noam Chomsky. The dangers posed by PLO passivity were subsequently elaborated by Yehoshua Porat, one of Israel's leading scholars and the author of major works on the Palestinian national movement, cited earlier. Commenting on the motives for the Israeli invasion, Porter dismisses at once the contrived excuse concerning the London assassination attempt as well as the claim that the purpose was to protect Israeli settlements in the Galilee, noting that the PLO had respected the July 1981 ceasefire. But Porter argues that the many commentators who have criticized Israeli propaganda on these grounds are missing the point. It seems to me, he writes, that the decision of the government, or more precisely, its two leaders, Begin and Sharon, flowed from the very fact that the ceasefire had been observed. Arafat had succeeded in imposing discipline on the many PLO factions, thus maintaining the ceasefire that had been achieved under U.S. auspices. His success in this constituted a veritable catastrophe in the eyes of the Israeli government, since it indicated that the PLO might agree in the future to a more far-reaching arrangement, 51, in which case Israel could no longer evade a political settlement on the grounds that the PLO is nothing but a wild gang of murderers. It was this eventuality that the Israeli attack was primarily designed to prevent. The government's hope is that the stricken PLO, lacking a logistic and territorial base, will return to its earlier terrorism. It will carry out bombings throughout the world, hijack airplanes, and murder many Israelis. In this way, the PLO will lose part of the political legitimacy that it has gained and will mobilize the large majority of the Israeli nation in hatred and disgust against it, undercutting the danger that elements will develop among the Palestinians that might become a legitimate negotiating partner for future political accommodations. 52. Other commentators made the same point. Danny Rubinstein wrote in Davar that the PLO as an orderly political body is more terrifying to the government of Israel than the powerful terrorist PLO. This is the reason why the government of Israel planned the Lebanon war for the entire past year, as Sharon has testified, and planned to reach Beirut, as all the commanders have testified. Is Peace for Galilee. 225. Israel's security had never been so great, but Arafat's success in maintaining the ceasefire was a greater danger than any security threat because of the political power that the PLO had developed, so that fear was growing that it could not be excluded from negotiations, and negotiations would undermine Israel's rejectionism, leading to Palestinian self-determination, that is, a Palestinian state. The PLO must be forced back to murderous terror to overcome the danger of pressure from Western liberal opinion and the U.S. government, a dubious prospect, in favor of a two-state settlement. 53. Always the same panic that there might be a peaceful political settlement, so that Judea, Samaria and Gaza would have to be abandoned, an intolerable prospect to both major political groupings. In line with this rather plausible analysis, one can expect that much of the U.S. press, the New Republic, New York Times, etc., will eagerly seize upon any indication of PLO radicalism, which may indeed develop in the wake of the disaster that the Palestinians suffered in Lebanon, though by early 1983 there was as yet no sign of this much hoped-for development. See Chapter 3, Notes 115. 116 and Chapter 6, Section 3.1. Some political commentators in the U.S. have argued that Israel's intention to destroy the PLO is against its better interests, since success in this venture might provoke a return to terrorism among the scattered Palestinians, a danger to Israel and its citizens and indeed to much of the world. But as Porter, Rubinstein and others suggest, and their analysis is well supported by the historical record that has been effectively suppressed in the U.S. This interpretation misses the essential point. Israel's goal is precisely to achieve this end, fending off the catastrophe of a political settlement in which both Palestinians and Israelis might live in peace and security. As was evident at the time, the Camp David Accords and Kissinger's earlier arrangements provided Israel with the opportunity for further moves to incorporate the occupied territories, and to facilitate such actions as the invasion of Lebanon undertaken in large part for the same ends. In the latter connection, former military intelligence chief Shlomo Gazit observes that behind the Lebanon victory lie the peace accords. 226. Noam Chomsky. With Egypt, which permitted Israel to concentrate its military forces in the north without fear of military retaliation by the Arab states. 54 To underscore their seriousness of this point, Israel warned Egypt during the Lebanese war that if Egypt were to respond by severing diplomatic links, the Israeli army would be used against Egypt. This was reported by Labour Party Chairman Shimon Peres at a meeting of Labour Knesset members, and aroused anger among the ruling coalition, but has not been denied by any government spokesman. 55 The warning was presumably thought necessary because of the impact of the Israeli invasion in Egypt. Egyptian critics of the Camp David agreements were not surprised by the invasion. Is it really amazing, one said, that Israel, supported by America, is implementing the American peace design, after it has separated Egypt from the Arab world? We objected to the Camp David Accords since we perceived them as a trick to pull Egypt out of the Arab circle, and to make it easier for America and Israel to strike against the Palestinians and the Arab countries who refuse to follow Egypt's way. It is primarily among supporters of the peace process that bitter anger is expressed. The editor of an Egyptian magazine, who backed the Camp David agreements, told a group of Israeli journalists, "You turned peace into something hated for the Egyptians." The journalists discovered the truth of his statement from their own observations among officials, journalists, taxi drivers, salesmen and others. Unlike those who were skeptical from the start, the advocates of peace with Israel feel defeated, deceived and scorned. The editor quoted above says, "I perceive the peace with Israel to be the cornerstone for a comprehensive peace in the Middle East. But for you peace was merely a trick to neutralize us so as to more easily strike at the Palestinian people." 56. The critics of the peace process have been proven correct in their analysis by what has happened in the occupied territories and in Lebanon since, though the fact is almost completely unrecognized in the United States, where, by definition, whatever happens is the fault of the PLO, or perhaps begins unanticipated excesses. Israeli commentators are often clear enough about the central points. For example, David Grivine of the Jerusalem Post, quoted earlier. Peace for Galilee. 227. Who observes accurately that Israel will not talk to the PLO not because they are nasty people but because the subject on the agenda can only be a Palestinian state, to which Israel will never agree because it must retain part of the West Bank. Similarly, the leader of the Labour Party, Shimon Peres, explains that Israel cannot conduct negotiations with the PLO, not only because of the PLO's past but because of the geographical map of Israel itself. 57 See also p. 75. The reference to the PLO's past can hardly be taken seriously considering the history of Zionism in the State of Israel, which Peres knows very well. And outside of the US, it is doubtful that many people would take very seriously Peres's claim that the world's fourth most powerful military force, which had just once again demonstrated its might, would be threatened by a Palestinian state, or his further claim that Jordan too would be threatened by this emerging superpower. In fact, Jordan's King Hussein is more likely to feel threatened by Israeli leaders who refer to a potential Palestinian state as an additional Palestinian state, as Peres does here, in the light of the implications of this view. But for an American audience it can pass. The more serious reasons for Israel's insistence on maintaining effective control over the West Bank, we have discussed in Chapter 3, Section 2.2.1. Recall also the explanation given by Peres's predecessor, Yitzhak Rabin, as to why Israel could never negotiate with any Palestinians. Such negotiations could only lead to Palestinian self-determination in a separate state, which Israel will never accept. CP 82. Many other Israeli commentators have emphasized the political goals of the operation. Former Chief IDF Education Officer Mordechai Baron writes that there is no doubt that there was central aim was to deal a crushing blow to the national aspirations of the Palestinians and to their very existence as a nation endeavoring to define itself and gain the right to self-determination. And Zefsif, Israel's most respected military correspondent, wrote that the decision to enter West Beirut in September in defiance of earlier promises was not motivated, as claimed, by the desire to prevent a state of anarchy and to save the city. Rather, the truth is that it was meant to further a different goal, to influence the election of Lebanon's next president. 228. Noam Chomsky. And the country's future political path. It was an additional proof of the fact that the goals of the war have been, for a long time now, political and are not directly connected with Israel's security. 58 as is constantly claimed and loyally repeated by American supporters of Israel. Meanwhile, much of the American press, either through naivete or cynicism, writes of the great opportunities that the Israeli invasion has offered, including the prospects for a territorial compromise in the West Bank that will lead to genuine recognition of Palestinian national rights now that the PLO military force has been destroyed and PLO intimidation of moderates will no longer be possible in the occupied territories. The truth of the matter, it seems rather clear, is somewhat different. The necessity to destroy the PLO politically, and along with it, organized Palestinian existence in Lebanon, flowed directly from the increasing isolation of the leaders of the rejectionist camp. As we have seen, the US and Israel stood virtually alone, apart from a few holdouts such as Libya and Iraq, and the minority rejection front of the PLO, in opposing a two-state settlement with Rekog. It had been assumed that at least Iraq would hold the line, but once again it appears that the Arabs cannot be trusted. On January 3, 1983, the Iraqi news agency released the text of an August 25 statement by President Saddam Hussein to Representative Stephen Sollers, in which Hussein recognized Israel's need for a state of security, stating also that no Arab leader has now in his policies the so-called destruction of Israel or wiping it out of existence. Israel at once dismissed the statement as meaningless, the reflex reaction to peace threats. Foreign Minister Shamir stated that there has been no change in Iraq's attitude towards Israel. Perhaps he had in mind a New York Times report, December 4, 1976, that all the Arab states, even Libya and Iraq, had accepted the principle of the West Bank state alongside of Israel. Sharon also dismissed the Iraqi statement, adding for good measure that Israel would not agree to negotiations that include any members of the PLO in a Jordanian delegation or even West Bank Palestinians who support the PLO. For more on the matter, see Eric Rose's interview with the Deputy Prime Minister of Iraq, Tariq Aziz, who observes that Iraq went along with the Fez resolutions of September 1982, which advocated negotiations to establish a Palestinian state alongside of Israel and to work out arrangements with Israel for guaranteeing the existence and security of all the states in question, Aziz, including Israel and the Palestinian state. Iraq is also urging Yasser Arafat to coordinate his diplomatic strategy with King Hussein's. Rule also notes a recent low-interest $450 million loan to Iraq from the U.S., part of the cooperation with the United States, which is developing in every field. 59 CP. 219. Peace for Galilee. 229. Nice borders and security guarantees. To evade possibilities for a peaceful negotiated settlement would not be possible forever, it seemed. It was therefore necessary for the US and Israel to resort to force, the dimension along which they reign supreme, to establish their own rejectionist terms as the framework for any potential settlement. This policy required the destruction of the organization that most Palestinians regard as their sole legitimate representative, or at least, impelling it towards random terrorism or a rejectionist stance of its own rather than still further political evolution. With this end achieved, Israel and the US might pursue their respective, and somewhat different, rejectionist policies for Israel, extension of sovereignty over the occupied territories for the Reagan administration, the September 1st proposals that reject a Palestinian state and exclude the PLO, that is, that reject Palestinian self-determination. The U.S. press and intelligentsia could be counted on to characterize this rejectionist program as the soul of moderation and honor, the basis for any further discussion among humane people, thus eliminating the international consensus, which was becoming something of a nuisance, as an irrelevance. Given the overwhelming U.S. Israeli control over the means of violence and the obedience of the intellectual community, there was every reason to expect success in these endeavors, and in fact, it has very largely been achieved. Leaving no doubts as to its intentions in the Lebanon War, Israel quickly proceeded to dissolve the elected city councils of Nablus and Dura in the West Bank and to dismiss the mayors of Jenin and Gaza, also arresting city employees in Jenin. Previously, other elected mayors of major towns had been dismissed or deported, leaving only Mayor Elias Fridge of Bethlehem. Mayor Shawa of Gaza had been appointed by the Israeli military government and was known as a supporter of King Hussein of Jordan. He reports that he had been subjected to severe economic pressures by the military government in an effort to induce complete conformity. Shortly after, Israel set up a new village league near Nablus, with a substantial grant for a water supply project, regularly denied to democratically elected officials. Under the Sharon Milson regime, standard procedure for imposing the rule of 230. Noam Chomsky. The selected Quisling leadership is to channel subsidies for development to them, require merchants to apply to them or join them to obtain licenses, etc. Supply of arms is another device. Indeed, such measures are necessary given the minuscule support for the official moderates. See Chapter 3, Section 2.3. As noted there, the leagues were then united in a regional organization with the political task of representing the West Bank in negotiations with Israel. Meanwhile, student protests over the invasion of Lebanon at Birzeit University led to tear gassing by Israeli soldiers and many arrests, beating and harassment of students, according to the university president, and finally closing down of the university once again. From mid-June, demonstrations and a general merchant strike, in the usual manner, merchants were forced by the occupying Red Army to open shops, were met by firing with injuries. 2 inhabitants of Nablus were killed during a demonstration in which Israeli soldiers opened fire. The government claims they were not killed by soldiers, and members of the village leagues, armed by Israel, killed and wounded a number of West Bank opponents. As the Lebanon War proceeded, West Bank organizations and associations, including religious circles, insistently repeated their support for the PLO, in sermons given in mosques and in public statements. The Supreme Islamic Council of Jerusalem, normally apolitical, sent a letter to the United Nations rejecting the Camp David peace process and recognizing the PLO as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, and stated publicly its support for the PLO in its heroic attempt to reach a noble solution for the Palestinian problem, calling upon the Palestinian people to donate 1 day's salary to our sons and brothers in Lebanon. West Bank and Gaza municipalities issued a communique denouncing the war in Lebanon and declaring that the PLO remains the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, June 20. A supporting statement, announcing once again our full support for the Palestine Liberation Organization, the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people in the homeland and the diaspora, was issued by a broad group of West Bank unions. Amnon Kapliuk, who covers Peace for Galilee. 231. The occupied territories for the Israeli journal Al-Hamishmah wrote that there is near unanimity in opposition to the invasion, apart from the village leagues fostered by the civilian administration, and in reiterating the previous stand that for any political negotiation it is necessary to address the PLO in Beirut. Correspondingly, it was next to impossible to find Quisling elements to replace deposed officials. in Dedebuin, the 8th town to have its elected administration removed since March. Not one inhabitant was willing to serve in the new Israeli-imposed administration. Kapliuk reports that apart from 3 people in the city of Jenin, no collaborators were found during the intensive summer repression undertaken to exploit the opportunity, in the government's phrase, to break the current local leadership. 60. In the New York Times, David Shipler quoted the spokesman for the Israeli Administrative Authority in the West Bank who states, "We're conducting a political war against the PLO. The army is conducting a military war." Taking advantage of the PLO's weakened position in Beirut, Shipler adds, Defense Minister Ariel Sharon has stepped up political and economic assaults on the organization's adherents and admirers in areas occupied by Israel since 1967, giving a number of details. 61. Protests continued throughout the summer, despite the harsh military repression. On September 3, 1 person was reported killed and 3 injured in Nablus when Israeli soldiers fired into a demonstration, and another Palestinian was killed near Tel Kham during a combing process carried out by the Israeli army searching for a person who had fired at Israeli soldiers. Another was killed by a settler during violent student demonstrations on October 26, and 2 were wounded in clashes with Israeli settlers, among other incidents. 62 recalled that even the moderates, Fridge, Shawa, etc., continued to express their support for the PLO throughout the Lebanon invasion, and some in fact felt that support for the PLO had increased during the invasion. CP. 62. A number of Israeli observers, among others, also observed the significant impact of the heroic PLO resistance against overwhelming odds. See section 8.3.1. 232. Noam Chomsky. None of this fits too well with the preferred picture of the West Bank Palestinians, intimidated by the PLO for many years, who presumably should have been celebrating their liberation through the summer of 1982. Americans who might have been dismayed by the events in the real world could be comforted by turning to the pages of the New Republic, where they would be reassured to learn that what was taking place in the West Bank did not happen. As the journal's specialist on the Palestinians, David Price Jones, explained, the PLO has had little success in inciting public disturbance on the West Bank and in Gaza. This has been the case since 1967, he assures us. As in earlier cases, Palestinians declined the PLO's appeals to action, the reason being that the Palestinians have been under much more immediate and sustained threat from the PLO itself than from Israel, Jordan, and the Lebanese Christians, who they merely resent, while they are terrified of the PLO. 63. In short, Israel's repression in the occupied territories and its destruction of Palestinian camps in Lebanon, the Black September killings in Jordan, the Tel al-Zawita and Sabra Shatila massacres, etc., cannot compare to the terrorism launched against the suffering Palestinians by the PLO. This no doubt explains the total quiescence in the West Bank apart from the outpouring of joyous acclaim for Israel, Jordan, and the Lebanese Christians by the population of the West Bank and Gaza now that they had at last been rescued from their PLO tormentors by Israel's Army of Liberation. Returning to the real world, it comes as little surprise that Israel followed its invasion of Lebanon by heightening the repression in the occupied territories, targeting even pro-Jordanian elements. For example, Meir Shawa, who, as noted earlier, also recognizes the PLO as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. Recall that under the Labour government, even pro-Jordanian notables who intended to form an anti-PLO grouping were denied the right to organize. CP. 61, while Palestinian moderates, such as Bazit President Hanna Nasser, were expelled or repressed, a fact long noted by Israeli journalists in the occupied territories. For example, Danny Rubinstein, who observed that some of the earliest choices. Peace for Galilee. 233. For expulsion were pro-Jordanian figures, and more recently, elected officials regarded as moderates. Arab leadership in fact cannot exist under Israeli rule, he wrote well before the Sharon Milson regime was established, even moderate traditionalists. 64. The Begin government has simply been extending the policies initiated by the Labour government, with increasing harshness, and continued to do so during and after the Lebanon War. On October 29, 1982, the civil administration in the West Bank, which is subordinate to the military, issued a directive instructing administrators to keep up pressure on extremist mayors while trying to neutralize pro-Jordanian Palestinians in an effort to curtail Jordanian influence in the area and to increase the area's dependence on the Israeli administration there. In the words of the directive, the pressure must not be let upon them, the extremist mayors, after dismissing them from their positions, and with regard to pro-Jordanian elements. Policy must be a maximum continuation of neutralizing them and bringing them to great dependence on the administration. Support should be provided for pragmatic, moderate people, village league heads who we have begun to cultivate, although it should be stressed that the aim of cultivation is not for its own sake but rather for the purpose of achieving a political end. 65. It is, in fact, difficult to distinguish pro-PLO from pro-Jordanian elements, as the case of ex-Mayor Shawa indicates. Thus, when security forces detained 3 Hebron political figures in mid-June for trying to organize support for the Palestinians in Lebanon, it turned out that one was a former director of the local agricultural department who ran social services during the Jordanian administration, and another was director of education during the same period. 66. Some argue that the spirit of Palestinian nationalism in the occupied territories and support for the PLO that cannot be destroyed by demolishing the organized Palestinian community in Lebanon and employing the strong-arm methods carried out by Sharon Milson and others and advocated by Martin Britz and the like, cp. 222, in the occupied territories. This seems to me questionable. The strength and courage of the Samiden have been truly. 234. Noam Chomsky. Impressive, but people have their limits, and conquerors in the past have succeeded in breaking their will. After the repression of June and early July described above, one supporter of the Israeli invasion, Robert Tucker, wrote that the Israeli action was, quite clearly, an anticipatory measure, taken to forestall the prospect of serious injury to Israel, hence legitimate. By this moral code, preemptive strikes are now justified, and there can be no rational objection, say, to the Russian invasion of Hungary or Czechoslovakia, given the dangers posed to the USSR by NATO, or perhaps even to Hitler's moves to blunt the Czech dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. But, Tucker adds, if, despite the destruction of the PLO as a military force, and perhaps as a political force as well, the Israeli government uses its victory to harden further its policy in the occupied territories, the case made today by critics of the war will be made more persuasive. 68. One wonders what would count as hardening of policy, since evidently the actions undertaken from the first days of the invasion, or those of the preceding months, do not, perhaps mass expulsion of Palestinians, though no doubt an appropriate moral code could be devised to justify this as well, and perhaps yet will be. The destruction of the PLO in Lebanon will require new prodigies of apologetics from supporters of Israel, who have been stoutly maintaining that Israel has long sought political accommodation but has been blocked in this effort by the PLO, and that only PLO terrorism has prevented West Bank moderates from seeking conciliation with Israel, which will, of course, grant them the right of true national self-determination when they are liberated from PLO tyranny. Early efforts appeared by midsummer 1982, taking the interesting position that of course the Palestinians have national rights and even the right to a state of their own in the occupied territory. Recall that Hitler's 1937 plan for an operation against Czechoslovakia was justified in internal documents in order to bury the imminent attack of a superior enemy coalition, and in public by the Czech threat and terror against Germans. 67 Recall also that Hitler's conceptions have struck a responsive chord in current Zionist commentary, cp. 84. Peace for Galilee. 235. Retrees, but that the PLO cannot play any part in this process. We must eliminate the PLO, and enfranchise the Palestinians. 69 In short, we are naturally in favor of self-determination for the Palestinians, but we will determine who represents them, meanwhile giving full support to Israel, where both major political groupings have long rejected any meaningful form of self-determination or even negotiation with any Palestinians on any political issue, while looking forward to their departure in some manner. In Israel, it is recognized that American Jews have their work cut out for them. Elmer Winter outlines their task in the Jerusalem Post. They need to place Israel's incursion into Lebanon, and the resulting new opportunities, into proper perspective, and not be deterred by editorial writers who criticize Israel for overkill, expansionism, arrogance, etc. He then proceeds to suggest an appropriate course of action, the prime element being to stress that Israel's decision to push the PLO back from the Israeli-Lebanon border came after 11 months of escalating terrorist attacks against its northern towns and villages, which the UN forces were unable to prevent. 70 In fact, the number of these attacks was zero, apart from retaliatory strikes in May and June, and what the UN was unable to prevent was the Israeli invasion through their lines. A fact little discussed here, but not overlooked in the European countries that had provided those troops. Winter proceeds with his instructions in the same vein, and, predictably, many have risen to the occasion, and will continue to work to overcome the actual history, as in the past, continuing to imitate their Stalinist models. Cp. 16. 4.6.2 Achieving national unity. While the occupied territories were the prime target of the Israeli invasion, it had other motives as well. There were, in the first place, domestic political factors. A Hebrew University historian writes that the decision to launch and expand the Lebanese war can probably best be seen at this moment as a military quasi-coup in Israel carried through by peaceful means against the previously existing political order, as Bismarck demonstrated so brilliantly in the 1860s. 236. Noam Chomsky. There is no better way to pulverize political opposition and to silence recalcitrant colleagues than to initiate short, victorious wars against weak neighboring armies. A similar point is made by military historian Col. Ret. Meir Pale, former director of the IDF Military Academy for Officer Training. He writes that some military adventure was needed by the Begin government to strengthen their position in the Israeli public and to unite the people under their leadership. Why pick Lebanon? There was to be found the weakest enemy, it would seem, guaranteeing a clear-cut military victory, and furthermore, American support would be forthcoming in this case, as indeed it was. 71. Even short of victorious wars against weak neighboring states, the same devices can be used to shore up a tottering national consensus, as the Reagan administration has illustrated with its absurd posturing about Libyan hitmen, Libyan aggression and threats, etc. In February 1983, for example, the administration was beginning to be concerned about the defection of its conservative, meaning statist militarist, constituency who were charging it with insufficient militancy. The administration responded by boldly confronting an alleged Libyan threat to the Sudan, sending an aircraft carrier into disputed waters off the Libyan coast, providing AWACS to Egypt, etc. Shortly after, Secretary of State George Shultz was able to announce that Col. Muammar al-Gaddafi, the Libyan leader, is back in his box where he belongs because President Reagan acted quickly and decisively against this threat to world order. 72 The racist character of the phrase was no more perceived by the mainstream media, that is, others commented on it, than the shallowness of the evidence of the threat, no, so far as has been made public, or the relation to the immediate background circumstances. In fact, the entire episode was quietly dropped as soon as the needs of the state had been served. To cover up the weakness of Israel's enemy, it was necessary to concoct stories about the immense military power of the PLO. Impressive tales were circulated about the huge arsenals of captured weapons, repeated with much awe in the US and ridiculed by military commentators in Israel. The military correspondent of Peace for Galilee 237. Haaretz, Zefsif, reported that the imagination is given full rein as in the stories of 1001 Nights. The captured arms were perhaps sufficient to equip one division with light weapons, mostly rifles. Some tanks were captured, a few perhaps belonging to the PLO, the rest Syrian. In the Jerusalem Post, military correspondent Hirsch Goodman concluded that to regard the PLO as a potential military threat would be pushing the matter to absurdity. Meir Pale estimated that weapons in the hands of the PLO were approximately equal to the quantities in the hands of the Haddadists and Phalangists, largely provided by Israel, and were intended to maintain the balance of terror within Lebanon. Labour Knesset member Yossi Sarid wanted to know who had authorized senior IDF officers to tell Jewish fundraisers from abroad that enough PLO arms had been seized to equip 1 million terrorists. An obvious absurdity. 73 Former Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin, Chief of Staff during the June 1967 war, dismissed the idea that the PLO was a threat to Israel, adding that the captured weapons were primarily light arms, intended for terrorists, not for an army. 74. 4.6.3 A new order in Lebanon. There were other reasons for the invasion as well. IDF Chief of Staff Raphael Itten had stated not long before, since I have constructed a military machine costing billions of dollars, I am obliged to use it. Tomorrow I may be in Beirut. 75. A motive of broader scope and greater historical depth was to place Israel in a position to dictate the terms of any political settlement in Lebanon, exactly as Zefsif had pointed out prior to the invasion. See above, pp. 196, 203. The timing of the invasion may well have been influenced by the fact that the mandate of the Syrian Arab peacekeeping force was to expire in late July, while elections were scheduled for August to September. 76 The political situation was therefore fluid, and some observers believed that there was a chance for a political agreement among Lebanese. 77 Israel preferred rule over Lebanon by the Phalange, or as an alternative, some form of partition with Maronite domination of at least the central regions. 238. Noam Chomsky. And southern portions associated in some form with Israel, perhaps under the rule of its client, Major Haddad. Right-wing Israelis have been quite explicit about the matter. The well-known physicist Yuval Ne'eman, former president of Tel Aviv University and a Knesset member from the Tahrir Party, urged that Israel establish a new order in Lebanon. The Israeli army must be prepared for a long stay in Lebanon, during which Israel will have an opportunity of reaching a stage of socio-economic or technological development in the nearby region which, geographically and historically, is an integral part of Eretz Yisrael. Possibly there could be an agreement on border rectification, in which Israel could integrate the strip south of the Litani, with its friendly citizens, into Israel's development plans. 78, thus taking a long step towards realizing the traditional vision of Ben-Gurion and others, which remained quite alive at least through the mid-1950s, and has a strong motivation in terms of economic and resource factors, as we have seen. A few weeks later, Ne'eman was appointed to the cabinet to head the new Ministry of Science and Technology. The primary mission of the Ministry of Science headed by Professor Yuval Ne'eman is the development of the Jewish region in the territories beyond the Green Line, the pre-1967 borders. In an interview, Ne'eman stated that only this mission impelled he to join the governing coalition. 79. He may well have his eye on the North Bank as well. His new ministry is also authorized to concentrate on creating an infrastructure for factories, especially sophisticated scientific industries, in the new Israeli settlements of the West Bank. The government's goal, Ne'eman stated, is to settle so many Jews that the West Bank and Gaza can't be given back to the Arabs. 80. We return to some of the activities of the new ministry in the next chapter. As noted earlier, a kind of balance of terror had been achieved in the course of the bloody civil war in Lebanon between the pales. The phrase is common in the Israeli press. It is again curious to see how readily the terminology of the Nazis has been adopted in Israeli and American Zionist rhetoric. CP. 84. Peace for Galilee. 239. Palestinian Muslim National Front Coalition and the Falangist-dominated Christian Right, to achieve its two primary aims in Lebanon, namely, to demolish any organized form of Palestinian existence and to impose a new order. It was imperative for Israel to destroy this balance and to leave power completely in the hands of the Falangists, and in the south, its Haddadist client or perhaps new ones, to be created. This goal was easily achieved, given Israel's immense military superiority. The end result is expected to be a conservative alliance dominated by Maronite Christians but also including Muslim privileged classes, now that the Palestinians and their local Muslim allies have been destroyed and disarmed. 81. In the Jerusalem Post, David Bernstein observed that when Israel invaded Lebanon earlier this year and routed the country's PLO-Muslim alliance, it totally destroyed the balance of forces between Muslim and Christian that had prevented either from gaining absolute control over the country, leaving the Phalange and Haddad as the dominant military forces. The country's large Muslim and Palestinian refugee populations were left almost completely defenseless, at the mercy of their Christian foes and dependent on the ability of the Israel Defense Forces and the largely ineffectual Lebanese army to protect them, though for a reason or reasons yet to be adequately explained. The IDF proved unequal to the task in Beirut in September, curiously, the only task to which it proved unequal, though Bernstein does not speculate as to why. 82. We return to the question. Whatever the mysterious reasons for the sudden and unusual incompetence of the IDF, the goal of placing power in the hands of Israel's allies while the Muslim and Palestinian population is left defenseless against forces that have long proven their skill at massacring defenseless people, with Israel's backing, appeared to have been achieved by late August 1982. Apart from having completely destroyed the partial and delicate equilibrium that had existed in Lebanon, the Israeli invasion, as intended, demolished the basis for organized social life among the 500,000 or so Palestinian refugees. Everyone now knows that in Lebanon the PLO had, to all intents and purposes, set up a 240. Noam Chomsky. Palestinian state, a state with its own army, with a system of civil administration, welfare and educational institutions and even the characteristics of its own economy, which was only partially integrated with that of their host country and which existed in a certain equilibrium with it. 83. Not without periodic and sometimes bitter conflict, in part, through the fulfillment of Abu Ibn's rational prospect. This too is gone. The invasion had some other merits as well. As noted earlier, Israel is now heavily reliant on military exports. While the bombing of Beirut was at its height, the Israeli military industries, stars, came out with an extensive publicity campaign in the international press, Aviation Week, etc., to extend the scope of sales of its bombs. The main feature was a display showing a jet plane dropping bombs with the heading, "Bombs you can count on to do what they're supposed to do. That's the only kind of bomb we make." 84. 4.7 The green light from Washington. While Israel may indeed be the world's fourth greatest military power, as the experts claim, this can be true only insofar as it is an appendage to the United States. It would not be quite fair to speak of it as a 51st state, as some do, since none of the 50 states receive comparable benefits from the federal government. Despite the weakness of the enemy, the invasion of Lebanon too was predicated on American support, which was quite clearly forthcoming. As Mia Pale writes, all signs indicate that the U.S. gave reasonable political backing to the IDF invasion of Lebanon, even when it became clear that it was delivering quite a heavy blow both in land and air to the Syrians in Lebanon. 85 The Reagan administration recognized that there were strong feelings among members of Congress as well as the American people against the Israeli invasion. In the words of White House Counselor Edwin Meese, this is a problem to be solved. He added, through there would be no recriminations by the administration against Israel because it had good reasons for going into Lebanon. 86 Note that it was not a matter of the pluralist consensus dragging the government reluctantly towards support of Israel's aggression. Peace for Galilee. 241. Rather, the problem was to create a consensus in favor of the invasion that the government supported, though less reverently than the democratic opposition. Supporters of Israel recognized the problem, and regularly appealed to the contribution of Israel to fortifying U.S. power in the region in their attempts to garner support for the invasion in newspaper ads, letters, editorial statements, for example, in the New Republic, repeatedly, and so on. A number of examples have already been given. It is interesting that among the signers of such statements were some who in other contexts have expressed a degree of the concern over the manifestations of U.S. power. Another intriguing argument was that Israel had strengthened the U.S. by demonstrating the superiority of U.S. over Russian arms, from which it should follow that the immense defense buildup should be re-examined, though this conclusion, having only rationality in its favor, was not drawn. It is probable that the occasional show of displeasure by the President was one of the means selected to solve the problem of the shaky domestic consensus. Knowledgeable Israeli observers did not take this display very seriously, nor should they, as long as the diplomatic support is steady and aid continues to flow. Ronald Reagan played his part well, the Labour Party journal Dav wrote, commenting on the visit to the U.S. by Foreign Minister Yitzhak Shamir that ended with a photograph at the White House with Reagan looking somber instead of smiling at his guest, a symbolic message that elicited much commentary by Washington watchers in the U.S. media, the counterpart of criminologists who pore over pictures of Soviet rulers to try to determine who is in favor today. Israeli Washington watchers interpreted the message differently and more realistically. I think that Shamir's visit was extremely positive, their Washington correspondent of Davar continued, even though it offered the U.S. administration the opportunity to come down on Israel in public. This fact in itself, though it is not comfortable and pleasant, does not harm us from a practical point of view. The U.S. government is compelled to make a public show of the hard line towards Israel, in part to respond to public pressure and also to deflect the pressures from the Arabs, and to use the same op. 242. Noam Chomsky. Opportunity to extricate itself from the image of a participant in the Israeli operation. In private discussions with government officials and Congress, including Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger, who is reputed to be the administration's sharpest critic of Israel, the Davar correspondent claims, Shamir was told that it is time to finish quickly with this matter of West Beirut. The expert opinion conveyed to Shamir by his American contacts was that a quick military blow will be acceptable in Washington. This is the background for the decision of the Israeli government to carry out, starting yesterday, what its leaders prefer to call different means for solving the Beirut problem: more intensive bombardment, presumably. 87. The conclusion seems eminently reasonable, given what is now known. Recall also Reagan's careful avoidance of the issue of settlements in his private discussions with Menachem Begin. One of the ways of signaling that public rhetoric on that issue is not to be taken very seriously either. 88 The more significant component of the message is obviously the increasing flow of aid, as already discussed. Immediately prior to the Israeli invasion, General Sharon visited Washington where, he claims, he informed Defense Secretary Weinberger that Israel must act in Lebanon. Pentagon figures reveal a massive surge of military supplies from the United States to Israel in the first 3 months of 1982 as Israel planned the invasion of Lebanon, plans that were perfectly evident, as already noted. Delivery of military goods was almost 50% greater than in the preceding year, including equipment effectively used in Lebanon. Pentagon spokesman confirmed that these deliveries continued through June at a very high level, though not subsequently, it is claimed, including smart bombs, used with devastating effect in Beirut. One such bomb caused the instant destruction of an entire building, killing 100 people in an apparent effort to finish off Yasser Arafat, who was thought to be the .89. The last example is instructive in itself, and also because of the way it came to be used by Israeli propagandists here. According to Haaretz, the bomb, which instantly destroyed an 8-story building in West Beirut, was a blast bomb or vacuum bomb of a type D. Peace for Galilee. 243. Denied to Israel by President Carter but apparently supplied by Reagan. Haaretz proceeds to explain that the bomb ignites aviation fuel in such a way as to cause a vacuum, creating immense pressure and causing a large building to implode, destroying everything within. Apart from its destructive capacity, the bomb is useful as a terror weapon. The use of such illegal terror weapons is described in Al-Hamishmah as an expression of a fascist tendency. 90. The New Republic devoted an article to deriding a UPI report. No publication cited that Israel had used a vacuum bomb to destroy the building. The article, by Lawrence Grafstein, alleges that UPI was snookered by a pro, and that the vacuum bomb exists only in the mind of the Soviet news agency, DAS, quoting an unidentified Pentagon spokesman. Editor Martin Peretz then used the UPI dispatch to show that it's easy to get an anti-Israeli story published. Another example of the anti-Israel bias of the press, repeating that there's no such thing as a vacuum bomb and that the tale that there is had been exposed in Grafstein's article. 91 Both Grafstein and Peretz are careful to conceal the fact that a description of the nature of the device, reporting its use on this occasion, and a condemnation of its use, appeared in the mainstream Israeli press, which presumably is neither anti-Israel nor pro-PLO. I say presumably, because it is not clear that Peretz would accept this conclusion, given that it is denied by extreme chauvinist elements in Israel, as we shall see. What the example shows, as usual, is not that the American press is anti-Israel, a charge too ludicrous to discuss, but that it is highly protective of Israel, failing to report atrocities amply covered in the Israeli press. It is interesting that the fact is illustrated by the very example selected by supporters of Israel to demonstrate the contrary, once their deception is exposed. The Haaretz account is cited in Liberation, Paris, August 12. Jean Gayres describes the use and psychological effect of this terror weapon in Le Monde, August 11. I noticed no discussion of the weapon, or the Israeli reports concerning it, in the American press. 244. Noam Chomsky. Returning to the U.S. government attitude towards the invasion, after a briefing by National Security Advisor William Clark, Jimmy Carter refused to divulge its contents but stated that the only thing I can say is that the word I got from very knowledgeable people in Israel is that we have a green light from Washington. Alexander Haig, who was Secretary of State at the time, angrily denied this charge, a grotesque and outrageous proposition, totally untrue, and then proceeded to confirm it, saying, the Israelis had made it very clear that their limit of toleration had been exceeded. and that at the next provocation they were going to react. They told us that the President knew that it is unlikely that even the Secretary of State was totally unaware of the facts concerning provocation and toleration in 1981 too. The State Department Press Office, asked to supply some evidence for the official stance that Washington did not back the invasion, was unable to cite a single official statement opposing it apart from the support, quickly withdrawn, for the first UN Security Council resolution calling on Israel to terminate its aggression. 92. The affair is reminiscent of the U.S. backing for the 1975 Indonesian invasion of East Timor and the subsequent near-genocidal massacre. In that case too, the U.S. government pretended ignorance of the invasion plans and also claimed that the U.S. had imposed an embargo on arms after the aggression. The latter claim was false. Furthermore, under the Human Rights Administration, the arms flow, which had never been reduced, was substantially increased to enable Indonesia to consummate the slaughter, and the former, always incredible, except to the U.S. press, has since been thoroughly demolished. In that case too, the U.S. blocked UN action to stop the aggression, a story that UN Ambassador Daniel P. Moynihan recounts with pride in his memoirs. Diplomatic cables that have since surfaced revealed that the U.S. ambassador to Jakarta expressed his hope, several months earlier, that if Indonesia intervened as planned it would do so effectively, quickly and not use our equipment, very much the reaction to the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. The concern over the use of U.S. equipment is farcical in both cases given the dependence of the aggressors on U.S. supplies, and is to be understood. Peace for Galilee. 245. As a hope that Congress will not act to enforce treaty obligations that these weapons are to be used only in self-defense. 5. War is peace. On June 6, 1982, a massive Israeli expeditionary force began the long-expected invasion, Operation Peace for Galilee, a phrase which sounds as if it comes directly out of the pages of 1984. As one Israeli commentator wrote, "Only in the language of 1984 is war, peace and warfare humane." One may mention, of course, that only in the Orwellian language of 1984 can occupation be liberal, and there is indeed a connection between the liberal occupation, the Labour Party boast, and a war which equals peace. 93. Excuses and explanations were discarded almost as quickly as they were produced. The Argos assassination attempt, defense of the border settlements, a 25-mile limit. In fact, the army headed straight for Beirut and the Beirut-Damascus highway, in accordance with plans that had long been prepared and that were known in advance to the Labour opposition. See Section 6.3. Former Chief of Military Intelligence Saharan Arif of the Labour Party stated, "I know in fact that going to Beirut was included in the original military plan, 94 despite the pretense to the contrary, dutifully repeated by the U.S. government, which could hardly have been and much doubt about the facts if U.S. intelligence was not on vacation." 5.1 Extermination of the two-legged beasts. The first target was the Palestinian camp of Rashida south of Tyre, much of which, by the second day of the invasion, had become a field of rubble. There was ineffectual resistance, but as an officer of the UN peacekeeping force swept aside in the Israeli invasion later remarked, "It was like shooting sparrows with cannon." See TNCW, Chapter 13. See Zefsif, Green Light, Lebanon, for further discussion of the tacit authorization from Washington of the invasion it knew to be imminent. 246. Noam Chomsky. The 9,000 residents of the camp, which had been regularly bombed and shelled for years from land, sea and air, either fled, or were herded to the beach where they could watch the destruction of much of what remained by the Israeli forces. All teenage and adult males were blindfolded and bound, and taken to camps, where little has been heard about them since. 95. This is typical of what happened throughout southern Lebanon. The Palestinian camps were demolished, largely bulldozed to the ground if not destroyed by bombardment, and the population was dispersed or, in the case of the male population, imprisoned. Reporters were generally not allowed in the Palestinian camps, where the destruction was worst, to keep them from witnessing what had happened and was being done. There were occasional reports. David Shipler described how after the camps were captured the army proceeded to destroy what was left. An army officer, when asked why bulldozers were knocking down houses in which women and children were living, responded by saying, "They are all terrorists." 96. His statement accurately summarizes Israel's strategy and the assumptions that underlie it, over many years. There was little criticism here of Israel's destruction of the nests of terrorists, or of the wholesale transfer of the male population to prison camps in Lebanon and Israel, or to their treatment, discussed below. Again, one imagines that if such treatment had been meted out to Jews after, say, a Syrian conquest of northern Israel, the reaction would have been different, and few would have hesitated to recall the Nazi monsters. In fact, we need not merely imagine. When a PLO terrorist group took Israeli teenage members of a paramilitary, Gardner, group hostage at Malot, that was rightly denounced as a vicious criminal act. Since then, it has become virtually the symbol of the inhuman barbarism of the two-legged beasts. But when Israeli troops cart off the Palestinian male population from 15 to 60, along with many thousands of Lebanese, to concentration camps, treating them in a manner to which we return, that is ignored, and the few timid queries are almost drowned in the applause, to which we also return, for Israel's display of humanitarian peace for Galilee. 247. Zeal and moral perfection, while aid is increased in honor of this achievement. It is a scene that should give Americans pause, and lead them to raise some questions about themselves. Israel's strategy was to drive the Palestinians to largely Muslim West Beirut, apart from those who were killed, dispersed or imprisoned, then to besiege the city, cutting off water, food, medical supplies and electricity, and to subject it to increasingly heavy bombardment. Naturally, the native Lebanese population was also severely battered. These measures had little impact on the PLO guerrilla fighters in Beirut, but civilians suffered increasingly brutal punishment. The correct calculation was that by this device, the PLO would be compelled to leave West Beirut to save it from total annihilation. 97. It was assumed, also correctly, that American intellectuals could be found to carry out the task of showing that this too was a remarkable exercise in humanity and a historically unique display of purity of arms, even having the audacity to claim that it was the PLO, not the Israeli attackers, who were holding the city and its population hostage, a charge duly intoned by New York Times editors and many others. See Section 8.2.3. Dan Connell, a journalist with wartime experience and Lebanon project officer for Oxfam, describes Israel's strategy as follows. The Israeli strategy was obvious. They were hitting a broad belt, and they kept moving the belt up toward the populated area and pushing the people in front of it. The Israelis forced an increasing concentration of people into a smaller space, so that the casualties increased geometrically with every single shell or bomb that landed. The attackers used highly sophisticated US weapons, including shells and bombs designed to penetrate through the buildings before they explode, collapsing buildings inwards, and phosphorus bombs to set fires and cause untreatable burns. Hospitals were closed down or destroyed. Much of the Ain el-Hilwa refugee camp near Sidon was flat as a parking lot when Connell saw it, though 7,000–8,000 Palestinians had drifted back, mostly women and children, since the men were either fighting or arrested or dead. The Israelis bulldozed the mosque at the edge of the camp searching for arms, but found 90. 248. Noam Chomsky. Or 100 bodies under it instead, completely rotted away. Writing before the Beirut massacres but after the PLO had departed, He notes that there could be a bloodbath in West Beirut if no protection is given to the remnants of the population. 98. The Israeli press also reported the strategy of the invading Red Army. One journalist observing the bombardment of Beirut in the early days describes it as follows. With deadly accuracy, the big guns laid waste whole rows of houses and apartment blocks believed to be PLO positions. The fields were pitted with craters. Israeli strategy at that point was obvious, to clean away no man's land through which Israeli tanks could advance and prevent any PLO breakout. 99. The military tactics, as widely reported by the Israeli and foreign press, were simple. Since Israel had total command of the air and overwhelming superiority in firepower from land, sea and air, the IDF simply blasted away everything before it, then sent soldiers in to clean out what was left. We return to some descriptions of these tactics by Israeli military analysts. The tactics are familiar from Vietnam and other wars where a modern high-technology army faces a vastly outmatched enemy. The difference lies in the fact that in other such cases, one rarely hears tales of great heroism and purity of arms. Though to be accurate, these stories were more prevalent among American supporters than Israeli soldiers, many of whom were appalled at what they were ordered to do. Economist Middle East correspondent G.H. Jansen describes Israel's tactics in the first days of the war as follows: to surround cities and towns so swiftly that civilian inhabitants were trapped inside, and then to pound them from land, sea and air. After a couple of days of this there would be a timid probing attack. If there were resistance, the pounding would resume. A second striking. Israeli troops in fact often warned inhabitants to leave before the land, sea and air pounding, but many report, not surprisingly, that they were unaware of the warnings. See Michael Jansen, The Battle of Beirut. Furthermore, the leaflets sometimes were dropped well after the bombardment of civilian targets began, as in Peace for Galilee. 249. Aspect of Israeli military doctrine exemplified in the Lebanese campaign, he notes, is the military exploitation of a ceasefire. Israel has done this so often, in every one of its wars, that perhaps one must assume that for the Israeli military ceasefire only means no shooting and is totally unconnected with any freezing of positions on the ground along a ceasefire line. We have, in fact, noted several earlier examples of exploitation of ceasefire, the conquest of Eilat in 1949 and of the Golan Heights in 1967. The Israelis, in this war, have refined their ceasefire exploitation doctrine by declaring ceasefires unilaterally, at times most advantageous to them. This has left them free to switch ceasefires on and off with a show either of peaceful intent or of outraged indignation. For the Israelis, the ceasefire is not a step towards a truce or an armistice, it is simply a period of rest, reinforcement and peaceful penetration, an attempt to gain the spoils of war without fighting. 100 such tactics are possible because of the huge military advantage that Israel enjoyed. Since the Western press was regularly accused in the United States of failing to recognize the amazing and historically unique Israeli efforts to spare civilians and of exaggerating the scale of the destruction and terror, we return to some specifics. It is useful to bear in mind that the actual tactics used were entirely familiar and that some of the most terrible accounts were given by Israeli soldiers and journalists. In Knesset debate, Menachem Begin responded to accusations about civilian casualties by recalling the words of Chief Sidon, C. Israel in Lebanon, p. 72. Citing the detailed diary of a reputable representative of a relief organization among other evidence. It has repeatedly been claimed that Israel suffered casualties because of the policy of warning inhabitants to leave, but it remains unexplained how this came about in areas that were sure to be next on the list, warning or not, and how casualties could be caused by the use of the tactics just described, which are repeatedly verified in the Israeli press, cp. 247 and below, for many examples. Danny Wolf, formerly a commander in the paratroopers, asks if someone dropped leaflets over Herzliya in Israel tomorrow, telling the civilians in hiding to evacuate the town within 2 hours, wouldn't that be a war crime? Amiran, Kotra Trashit, January 19, 1983. It would be interesting to hear the answer from those who cite these alleged IDF warnings with much respect as proof of the noble commitment to purity of arms. 250. Noam Chomsky, of Staff Mordechai Ger of the Labour Party after the 1978 invasion of Lebanon under the Begin government, cited on p. 181. When asked what happens when we meet a civilian population, Ger's answer was that it is a civilian population known to have provided active aid to the terrorists. Why has that population of southern Lebanon suddenly become such a great and just one? Asked further whether he was saying that the population of southern Lebanon should be punished, he responded, and how? I am using Sabra language, colloquial Hebrew, and how? The terrorists had been nourished by the population around them. Ger went on to explain the orders he had given: bring in tanks as quickly as possible and hit them from far off before the boys reached a face-to-face battle. He continued, for 30 years, from the War of Independence to this day, we have been fighting against a population that lives in villages and in towns. With audacity bordering on obscenity, Begin was able to utter the words, we did not even once deliberately harm the civilian population. All the fighting has been aimed against military targets. Turning to the press, Tom Sedgeff of Haaretz toured Lebanon after the conquest in mid-June. He saw refugees wandering amidst swarms of flies, dressed in rags, their faces expressing terror and their eyes, bewilderment. The women wailing and the children sobbing. He noticed Henry Camp of the New York Times nearby. One may usefully compare his account of the same scenes. Tyre was a destroyed city. In the marketplace there was not a store undamaged. Here and there people were walking, as in a nightmare. A terrible smell filled the air of decomposing bodies, he learned. Archbishop George's had told him that many had been killed, though he did not know the numbers, since many were still buried beneath the ruins and he was occupied with caring for the many orphans wandering in the streets, some so young that they did not even know their names. In Sidon, the destruction was still worse, the center of the town, destroyed. This is what the cities of Germany looked like at the end of the Second World War. Half the inhabitants remain without shelter, 100,000 people. He saw mounds of ruins. Peace for Galilee. 251. Tens of thousands of people at the shore where they remain for days, women driven away by soldiers when they attempted to flee to the beaches, children wandering among the tanks and the ruins and the shots and the hysteria, blindfolded young men, hands tied with plastic bombs, terror and confusion. Danny Rubinstein of Dava toured the conquered areas at the war's end. Virtually no Palestinians were to be found in Christian-controlled areas, the refugee camps having been destroyed long ago. See the description by Itla Mansour, pages 186-7. The Red Cross give the figure of 15,000 as a realistic estimate of the number of prisoners taken by the Israeli army. In the ruins of Ein el-Hilwa, a toothless-old man was the youngest man left in the camp, among thousands of women, children and old men, a horrible scene. Perhaps 350-400 Palestinians had been dispersed in all directions, mainly women, children and old men, since all the men have been detained. The remnants are at the mercy of Falangist patrols and Haddad forces, who burn houses and beat the people. There is no one to care for the tens of thousands of refugee children. And of course all the civilian networks operated by the PLO have been annihilated, and tens of thousands of families, or parts of families, are dispersed like animals. The shocking scene of the destroyed camps proves that the destruction was systematic. Even shelters in which people hid from the Israeli bombardments were destroyed, and they are still digging out bodies in areas where the fighting had ended over the 2 months earlier. 101 An Oxfam appeal in March 1983 states that no one will ever know how many dead are buried beneath the twisted steel of apartment buildings or the broken stone of the cities and villages of Lebanon. By late June, the Lebanese police gave estimates of about 10,000 killed. These early figures appear to have been roughly accurate. A later accounting reported by the independent Lebanese daily An-Nahar gave a figure of 17,825 known to have been killed and over 30,000 wounded, including 5,500 killed in Beirut and over 1,200 civilians killed in the Sidon area. A government investigation estimated that 90% of the casualties were civilians. By late December 252. Noam Chomsky. The Lebanese police estimated the numbers killed through August at 19,085, with 6,775 killed in Beirut, 84% of them civilians. Israel reported 340 IDF soldiers killed in early September, 446 by late November. If these numbers are accurate, then the number of Israeli soldiers killed in the 10 weeks following the departure of the PLO from Lebanon is exactly the same as the number of Israelis killed in all terrorist actions across the northern border from 1967. According to Chief of Staff Fitton, the number of Israeli soldiers killed in the entire western sector of Lebanon, that is, apart from the Syrian front, was 117. 8 Israeli soldiers died in Beirut proper, he claimed, 3 in accidents. If correct, which is unlikely, Fitton's figures mean that 5 Israeli soldiers were killed in the process of massacring some 6,000 civilians in Beirut, a glorious victory indeed. Israel also offered various figures for casualties within Lebanon. Its final accounting was that 930 people were killed in Beirut, including 340 civilians, and that 40 buildings were destroyed in the Beirut bombings, 350 in all of Lebanon. The number of PLO killed was given as 4,103. The estimates given by Israel were generally ridiculed by reporters and relief workers, though solemnly repeated by supporters here. Within Israel itself, the Lebanese figures were regularly cited, for example, by Smilansky, one of Israel's best-known novelists, in a bitter denunciation of Begin, the man of blood who was willing to sacrifice some 50,000 human beings for his political ends, and of the society that is able to tolerate him. 104 In general, Israeli credibility suffered seriously during the war, as it had in the course of the 1973 war. Military correspondent Hirsch Goodman reported that the army spokesman was less credible than ever before, because of repeated government lies. For example, the claim, finally admitted to be false, that the IDF returns fire only to the point from which it originates. Since one of these was Beirut's only synagogue, we may conclude that 39 buildings of terrorists were destroyed. Despite considerable effort, representatives of the World Zionist Organization were unable to convince the Jews of West Beirut to immigrate to Israel. Why should we leave? They asked. Here are our houses and our friends. 102 or what is left of them. Peace for Galilee. 253. Thousands of Israeli troops who bear eyewitness to events no longer believe the army spokesman and have taken to listening to Radio Lebanon in English and Arabic to get what they believe is a credible picture of the war. The overwhelming majority of men, including senior officers, accused Israeli military correspondents of allowing this war to grow out of all proportion to the original goals, by mindlessly repeating official explanations we all knew were false. The officers and men of 4 top fighting units ... accused military correspondents of covering up the truth, of lying to the public, of not reporting on the real mood at the front, and of being lackeys of the defense minister. Soldiers repeated the latest jokes doing the rounds, like the one about the idiot in the Ordnance Corps who must have put all Israeli cannon back to front. Each time we open fire, the army spokesman announces we're being fired at. Goodman is concerned not only over the deterioration in morale caused by this flagrant lying but also by Israel's current world image. 105 About that, he need not have feared too much. At least in the US, Israeli government claims continued to be taken quite seriously, even the figures offered with regard to casualties and war damages. As relief officials and others regularly commented, accurate numbers cannot be obtained, since many, particularly Palestinians, are simply unaccounted for. Months after the fighting had ended in the Sidon area, inhabitants of Ain el-Hill were still digging out corpses and had no idea how many had been killed, and an education officer of the Israeli army, a lieutenant colonel, reported that the army feared epidemics in Sidon itself because of the many bodies under the wreckage. 106 Lebanese and foreign relief officials observed that many of the dead never reached hospital, and that unknown numbers of bodies are believed lost in the rubble in Beirut. Hospital figures, the primary basis for the Lebanese calculations cited above, only hint at the scale of the tragedy. Many bodies could not be lodged in overflowing morgues and were not included in the statistics. 107. The Lebanese government casualty figures are based on police records, which in turn are based on actual counts in hospitals, clinics. 254. Noam Chomsky and civil defense centers. These figures, according to police spokesman, do not include people buried in mass graves in areas where Lebanese authorities were not informed. 108. The figures, including the figure of 19,000 dead and over 30,000 wounded, must surely be underestimates, assuming that those celebrating their liberation, the story that Israel and its supporters here would like us to believe, were not purposely magnifying the scale of the horrors caused by their liberators. Particularly with regard to the Palestinians, one can only guess what the scale of casualties may have been. A UN report estimated 13,500 severely damaged houses in West Beirut alone, thousands elsewhere, not counting the Palestinian camps, which are, or were, in fact towns. 109. As for the Palestinians, the head of the UN agency that has been responsible for them, Olof Rydbeck of Sweden, said that its work of 32 years has been wiped out. Israeli bombardment had left practically all the schools, clinics and installations of the agency in ruins. 110. Israel made much of the fact that one UNRWA school had been converted to a PLO military training center, unknown to UNRWA. The Israelis are entitled to be indignant, the London Economist observed. Their protest would carry more weight if they had not looted the college's educational equipment, reduced its student roll to about 150 and reduced the nearby refugee camp, from which many of the students were drawn, to a mass of rubble. 111. Some older Israelis must have winced at the show of indignation, those who recalled UNRWA's earlier incarnation as UNRWA, established to care for other refugees. The chief of UNRWA operations in Germany, 1945-6, writes in his memoirs that military training of Jewish DPs was taking place in UNRWA camps, presumably in preparation for active participation in the War of Liberation from the British Mandate on their arrival in Palestine. Instructors were found to be NCOS from British and US armies, in uniform, absent without, but I fancy sometimes with, leave from their units. 112. All illegal, a violation of UNRWA's commitment, and one of the proud moments in the history of the foundation of the State of Israel. It is, once again, uncanny to see how history is being replayed, with a change in the cast of characters that. Peace for Galilee. 255. Will become still more macabre before we conclude, with future chapters that one hesitates to imagine. John Kifner reported that there was not much left standing in the Palestinian camps after Israel's bombardment, and that in the south, The Israelis have bulldozed refugee camps to make them uninhabitable. 113 Contrary to a standard propaganda claim, reporters found no heavy artillery or well-fortified positions in the Sabra, Shatila and Jalbarajna camps in Beirut, which had taken a terrible pounding since June 6, actually, June 4, causing the flight of half of their 125,000 population in the first few weeks of the war. 114 The areas to which they escaped, particularly the Fakhani quarter in Beirut, were also mercilessly bombed. Since Palestinians are by definition all terrorists, or mothers of terrorists, or future terrorists, so different from Begin, Shamir and Sharon for example, whatever was done to them was regarded as legitimate. 5.2 Beirut, precision bombardment. Repeatedly, Israel blocked international relief efforts and prevented food and medical supplies from reaching victims. Israeli military forces also appear to have gone out of their way to destroy medical facilities, at least, if one wants to believe Israeli government claims about pinpoint accuracy in bombardment. International agencies agree that the civilian death toll would have been considerably higher had it not been for the medical facilities that the Palestine Liberation Organization provides for its own people. 116, and, in fact, for many poor Lebanese, so it is not surprising that these were a particular target of attack. In the first bombing in June, a children's hospital in the Sabra refugee camp was hit, Lebanese television reported, and a cameraman said he saw many children lying dead inside the Jalbara. The International Red Cross, World Vision International, UNICEF and other relief agencies report long delays in supply of the food and medicines caused by Israeli interference. 115 This is confirmed by Israeli officials responsible for relief, as we will see directly. 256. Noam Chomsky. Camp in Beirut, while fires were burning out of control at dozens of apartment buildings and the Gaza hospital near the camps was reported hit. 117 This, it will be recalled, was in retaliation for the attempt by an anti-PLO group with no base in Lebanon to assassinate Ambassador Al-Ghof. On June 12, 4 bombs fell on a hospital in Aili, severely damaging it. There is nothing unusual in the story told by an operating room assistant who had lost 2 hands in the attack, that the target of the airstrike was a hospital, whether by design or accident, is not unique either, William Brannigan reports, noting that other hospitals were even more badly damaged. Fragments of cluster bombs were found on the grounds of an Armenian sanitarium south of Beirut that was also heavily damaged during the Israeli drive. 118 A neurosurgeon at the Gaza hospital in Beirut insists that Israeli gunners deliberately shelled his hospital. It was reported at the same time. 119 A few days later, Richard Ben Kramer reported that the Acre hospital in Beirut was hit by Israeli shells, and that the hospitals in the camps had again been hit. Israeli guns never seemed to stop here, he reported from the Sabra camp, later to be the scene of a major massacre. After 2 weeks of this random thunder, Sabra is only a place to run through. 120. The Acre hospital was again hit on June 24, along with the Gaza hospital and the Islamic home for invalids, where the corridors were streaked with blood. The hospitals were short of supplies because Israel was blocking tons of medical supplies ready for shipment in Cyprus, according to the International Red Cross. 121 By mid-August, the Islamic home had been repeatedly shelled. Only 15 of 200 staff members remained, and several of the retarded children have died of starvation for lack of someone who has the time to feed them properly. At the Palestinian Hospital for the Disabled, perhaps the same institution, a visitor walking the gloomy corridors is approached by stumbling figures crying food, food in Arabic. 800 patients remained, all mentally ill, half of them children, cared for by a dozen nurses. 122. A French doctor reported witnessing an intense Israeli bombing raid around and against their Gaza Hospital, which forced the Peace for Galilee. 257. Evacuation of the hospital at the time. 123 when the Beirut Mental Hospital was hit shortly after. 800 patients varying in condition from senile dementia to violent schizophrenia were released into the streets of Beirut. The hospital, clearly marked by Red Cross flags, was hit by artillery and naval gunfire, including 4 phosphorus shells. Medical personnel reported that the patients, including children with mental problems whose nursery was hit by rockets that set beds on fire, were 90% Lebanese. No military target was found within a half-mile. The hospital was, however, precariously located near the Palestinian ghettos of Sabra and Shatila, frequent targets of Israeli bombardment, though the immediate surroundings are residential, that is, not Palestinian slums. 124. Most of this was before the bombing escalated to new levels of violence in August. By August 4, 8 of the 9 homes for orphans in Beirut had been destroyed, attacked by cluster and phosphorus bombs. The last was hit by phosphorus and other rockets, though clearly marked by a Red Cross on the roof, after assurances by the International Red Cross that it would be spared. 125 on August 4, the American University Hospital was hit by shrapnel and mortar fire. A doctor standing in blood-stained rags said, "I have no more room." The director reported, "It's a carnage. There is nothing military anywhere near this hospital." 126. The hospital was the only one in Beirut to escape direct shelling, and even there, sanitary conditions had deteriorated to the point where half the intensive care patients were lost, and with 99% of the cases being trauma victims, there was no room for ordinary illnesses. Drive down any street and you will almost always see a man or woman with a missing limb. 127. The Red Cross reported that by August 6, there were 130 beds available in West Beirut out of a total of about 1,400. The American University Hospital was admitting only those who look salvageable on bad days, the staff reported. The Berber Hospital was just an underground dormitory with generators churning away to give the few patients air. At the Hotel Bristol, hit by an Israeli phosphorus shell, the Red Cross had set up an underground hospital. The majority of the doctors and nurses working in the city have fled. 128. 258. Noam Chomsky. Even the Red Cross delegation has been shelled twice. In an Israeli naval bombardment on July 30, 6 shells struck the building, and on August 5 it was again hit by 2 artillery shells. The Berber Hospital was already seriously damaged by mid-July, with trails of blood in the corridors, many of the patients removed from the wreckage, and the mortuary full of corpses until the remaining doctors were able to leave the building to bury the unidentified bodies in a communal grave when the shelling and air attacks temporarily stopped. 129. One of the true heroes of the war is Dr. Shama, an American-trained Lebanese-American pediatrician who remained at work in Beirut's Berber Hospital through the worst horrors. In November, she spent several weeks touring the U.S., receiving little notice, as expected. She was, however, interviewed in The Village Voice, where she described the extensive medical and social services for Palestinians and poor Lebanese that were destroyed by the Israeli invasion. For them, nothing is left apart from private hospitals that they cannot afford, some taken over by the Israeli army. No medical teams came from the U.S., although several came to help from Europe. The U.S. was preoccupied with supplying weapons to destroy. She reports that the hospitals were clearly marked with red crosses and that there were no guns nearby, though outside her hospital there was one disabled tank, which was never hit in the shellings that reduced the hospital to a first aid station. On one day, 17 hospitals were shelled. Hers was shelled repeatedly from August 1 to 12 until everything in it was destroyed. It had been heavily damaged by mid-July, as already noted. Hospital employees stopped at Israeli barricades were told, "We shelled your hospital good enough, didn't we? You treat terrorists there." 130 recall that this is the testimony of a doctor at a Lebanese hospital, one of those liberated by the Israeli forces, according to official doctrine. An American nurse working in Beirut, who was appalled by the watered-down descriptions in American newspapers, reported that Israel dropped bombs on everything, including hospitals, orphanages and, in one case, a school bus carrying 35 young schoolgirls who were traveling on an open road. She cared for the survivors. 131. Peace for Galilee. 259. The U.S. Navy Lieutenant Commander in charge of removing unexploded ordnance in Beirut reports that we found 5 bombs in an orphanage with about 45 cluster bombs in the front yard. We were called there after 5 children were injured and 4 killed. About 3 to 5% of the shells and bombs failed to go off and are considered highly dangerous, he said. 132 This particular orphanage, then, must have been heavily bombed. One of the most devastating critiques of Israeli military practices was provided inadvertently by an Israeli pilot who took part in the bombing, an Air Force major, who described the careful selection of targets and the precision bombing that made error almost impossible. Observing the effects, one can draw one's own conclusions. He also expressed his own personal philosophy, saying if you want to achieve peace, you should fight. Look at the American-Japanese War, he added. In order to achieve an end, they bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 133. The precedents this pilot cited can be placed alongside of others offered by Prime Minister Begin in justification of the war, Dresden and Coventry, for example. The reference to Coventry particularly amazed Israeli listeners. We know who carried out the bombardment of Coventry, Abliban wrote, commenting also on the delegations of diaspora Jews, who came to Israel, or rather to Lebanon, and applauded the decision to make war as enthusiastically as they would have applauded a decision not to make it, and the embarrassing vulgarity in holding United Jewish Appeal fundraising appeals in occupied Lebanon. These precedents give some insight into the mentality of the Israeli political leadership and segments of the officer corps, and also of American supporters who appeal to the same precedents. For example, former Supreme Court Justice and UN Ambassador Arthur Goldberg. In his interesting comments in support of the invasion, to which we return, he cites the precedent of the bombing of Dresden and more generally, the war against the demented barbarian who sought to enslave the world. Is not the government of Israel faced with the same terrible dilemma in view of repeated PLO acts of terrorism against Israeli civilians and their 260. Noam Chomsky. Bombing of its northern settlements. 134 Recall the actual scale of PLO terrorism and the comparison to Israeli terrorism, already discussed, and the fact that there had been no unprovoked bombardment of northern settlements for a year, none at all for 10 months despite extensive Israeli provocation, including bombing in April. Goldberg's notion that Israel's invasion of Lebanon is comparable to the war against Hitler was also invoked by Prime Minister Begin in a letter to President Reagan in which he portrayed himself as marching to Berlin to liquidate Hitler. To the Labour Party spokesman on foreign affairs, Abliban, this seemed a dark and macabre fantasy, one of the most bizarre documents in recent diplomatic history, an example of losing touch with reality. Other Israeli commentators also ridiculed this comparison, suggesting that it raised questions about Begin's sanity. I noticed no comment here on Goldberg's sanity. It is, perhaps, not too surprising that a liberal American hero should surpass the macabre fantasies of Israel's Nobel Peace Prize winner in his own ruminations on the topic. 5.3 Caring for the victims, prisoners, patients, refugees. Not only hospitals, but also medical personnel seemed to evoke particular fury. One eyewitness saw a Palestinian doctor, unconscious, his hands and neck tied to a post, his face bloodied and covered with flies. 136 Palestinian hospitals were closed down, their staffs arrested, removed to prison camps, and brutalized. In Sidon, the Israeli army closed down the Palestinian Red Crescent Hospital. A Dutch nurse working there told a reporter, "I was in Holland during World War II. I know what fascists are like." Ibn remarks that Arafat's ideology and rhetoric, repulsive as they are identical with those of Anwar Sadat until a few months before Begin embraced him in the Knesset. 135 There is some truth to what he says, though not in the sense that he intended his audience to understand, as we see when we recall Sadat's rebuffed efforts to make peace with Israel for over 6 years before his visit to Jerusalem, and Arafat's moves towards the accommodationist international consensus, also regularly rebuffed, from the mid-1970s. See Chapter 3. Ibn surely knows all of this, and more, very well. He is able to exploit his reputation as a dove to conceal the historical record with considerable effectiveness. Peace for Galilee. 261. It's terrible that all these women and children are being killed. Tell that to the world. 137 On the same day, the New York Times reported a Jerusalem news conference in which Imri Ron, a Mapam Knesset member from Kibbutz Mismamek, and paratroop major, spoke from a combination of political and military authority about the clean fight the Israeli army had fought, taking extraordinary precautions to save civilians. 138 Apart from the U.S. military itself, only an Israeli officer will be accorded such authority in the U.S. press. Ron's authority is undiminished by the fact that he was such an enthusiast for the war that he volunteered to take part in it, though as a Knesset member he was not called up. 139 We return to some of his further authoritative observations, comparing them to those of a different breed of Israeli military officers. A Belgian doctor at the closed Sidon hospital, who struggled to cope with wounded men, women and children, victims of this clean fight, stated that we had a good operation here. We were doing surgery and everything before almost the entire staff was arrested by the Israeli army. 140 Shipler reported the same events in the New York Times. He quotes the Israeli major who is military governor of Sidon and who closed the hospital because, he said, "It's obvious it's not a good hospital. Therefore, at 11 a.m. today I had all the patients moved out to a good private hospital, the Labib Medical Center, not tainted by a Palestinian connection." He added that he had not ordered the arrest of a Norwegian nurse, though she is a member of the PLO, because we are democratic and therefore we are not taking women. Whether or not this was true at the time, it is false for the subsequent period, as we shall see. A Canadian and Norwegian doctor, along with Palestinian doctors, will be taken to Israel for interrogation and possible imprisonment, the major added. Shipler visited the good private hospital, where no one seemed pressed for time and the director angrily refused to take patients from the closed hospital, explaining to his guests that the first case I got from there, she had gangrene all over her body. He will take only good cases. Meanwhile, one Belgian doctor remained in the closed Palestinian hospital to take care of 58 patients, some badly wounded, a mistake. 262. Noam Chomsky. Stench of filth and rotting flesh. The director of the good private hospital is, incidentally, the son of a millionaire Orange Grove owner, who was quite pleased to be liberated by the Israeli army. 141. None of this merited any editorial comment, apart from the regular tributes to Israel's sublime moral standards, which are a wonder to behold. One may recall, perhaps, the reaction in the Times and elsewhere when the peasant army of Pol Pot evacuated the hospitals of Phnom Penh, without first reducing them to ruins, however. The Canadian and Norwegian doctor, along with a Norwegian social worker, were indeed arrested and taken to Israel, then released after protests from their governments. Their testimony received a brief notice in the New York Times, divided between Canadian surgeon Chris Jayanu's testimony before Congress that he had seen prisoners beaten to death by Israeli soldiers and other atrocities, and the Israeli government denials and allegations that Jayanu was a liar suspected of working for the PLO, that the hospital he reported being bombed was hit only because the PLO used it for fighting, etc. 142 This admirable show of balance in reports of atrocities is not familiar from other cases. In his congressional testimony, Jayanu reported that he was a witness to 4 prisoners who were beaten to death, reduced to 2 by the Times. He also witnessed the total, utter devastation of residential areas, and the blind, savage, indiscriminate destruction of refugee camps by simultaneous shelling and carpet bombing from aircraft, gunboats, tanks and artillery, leaving only large blackened craters filled with rubble and debris, broken concrete slabs and twisted iron bars, and corpses, hospitals being shelled, one shell killing 4,050 people. The shelling of the camp after Israeli soldiers had permitted women and children to return to it. The use of cluster bombs unsettled. Not surprisingly, Jayanu merits an entry in the Anti-Defamation League enemies list of people dedicated to undermine American support for Israel. See Chapter 4, Note 145. The Handbook of Pro-Arab Propagandists repeats Israel's charges that Jayanu was detained because of his close connection to the PLO and his apparent sympathy for the terrorist organization. Sufficient reason by ADL standards, and states that his public accusations against the Israelis are not authenticated. Peace for Galilee. 263. Areas, the calcinated, carbonized bodies of the victims of phosphorus bombs, 300 cadavers in one area while he was evacuating the government hospital, and much more. He saw the entire male staff of the hospitals being taken into custody, leaving patients unattended, and savage and indiscriminate beatings of prisoners with fists, sticks, ropes with nets and bolts tied to them. He saw a Palestinian doctor hung by his hands from a tree and beaten, and an Iraqi surgeon beaten by several guards viciously, and left to lie in the sun with his face buried in the sand, all in the presence of an Israeli colonel who did nothing about it. He watched prisoners being rehearsed by an Israeli officer to shout "Long live Begin," others sitting bound in stifling heat with food and water in short supply. He was forced to evacuate his hospital and bring the patients down to the seafront. The Norwegians confirmed his story and said that they had seen at least 10 people beaten to death, including an old man who was crazed by the lack of water and intense heat as the prisoners were forced to sit for hours in the sun. He was beaten by 4 or 5 soldiers who then tied him with his wrists to his ankles and let him lie in the sun until he died. 143 Another demonstration of courage and purity of arms. Little of this was reported here in the mainstream media, but Jayanu's testimony obviously did impress Congress, as we can see from its decision, shortly after, to improve the terms of Reagan's proposed increase of military and economic aid to Israel. The Norwegian doctor and social worker told the story of their captivity in a report issued by the Norwegian Department of Foreign Affairs. 144 Under Israeli captivity, they were forced to sit, hands tied, for 36 hours without permission to move, while they heard screams of pain from nearby. In an Israeli prison, they were forced to lie for 48 hours, blindfolded and handcuffed, on the interrogation ground. They report extensive violence against prisoners, including beatings by thick table legs, batons, plastic tubes often with big knots in the ends, and clubs with nails. Officers were present during severe beatings, but did nothing. One of the most sadistic Israeli guards told them he was from kibbutz where an Austrian girl had been killed by rocket fire. Prisoners were tied with tight plastic straps with sharp edges. 264. Noam Chomsky. Causing pain. The Norwegians were given preferential treatment. Arab prisoners were subjected to constant brutality and degradation. Dr. Shafiq Islam from Bangladesh, who was on the staff of the Palestinian hospital in Sidon, reports that he was arrested by the IDF while operating on a 12-year-old Palestinian boy with severe internal shrapnel injuries. He was not permitted to complete the operation, but was arrested, beaten mercilessly, forbidden to ask for food or water for 4 days, denied drugs or dressings for other prisoners on the grounds that they were all terrorists, and so on. 145. The treatment of prisoners gives a certain insight into the nature of the conquering army and the political leadership that guides it, as does the very fact that it was considered legitimate to round up all teenage and adult males and to ship them off to concentration camps after they were identified as terrorists by hooded informants. Similarly, the fact that all of this was generally regarded as quite unremarkable here, search New York Times editorials, for example, for a protest, gives a certain insight into the society that was funding this operation, the paymasters and coterie of apologists. Little is known about the fate of those who were imprisoned, in part, because Israel has blocked access to the camps. For over a month, Israel refused even to permit the Red Cross to visit the camps, prompting an accustomed protest by the ICRC, which later suspended its visits in apparent protest against what it had found within. As a matter of policy, the ICRC refrains from public criticisms. 5 months after the war's end, Israel was still refusing to permit reporters to visit the Ansar camp in Lebanon, as was discovered by one of the rare journalists, William Farrell, who tried to do so on the strength of the statement in an official IDF publication that the camp is open to visiting journalists throughout the day and newsmen may interview detainees on camp grounds. 146. He was told, politely, "You may not enter." More than half of the estimated 15,000. Possibly in response to Farrell's article, Israel then allowed 2 reporters to enter the camps. Edward Walsh reports that prisoners continue to be brought to Ansar, sometimes as many as 20 a week. The head of the prisoners' committee says, "At first this place was hell. Then there were improvements. I will not say." Peace for Galilee. 265. Prisoners were reported to be in prisons or camps in Israel, where the Red Cross stated that it was still denied any access to them, many months after the war ended. CP 251 and Chapter 6, Section 6.5. Some information has come from released prisoners, and more from Israeli sources to which we turn directly. The few released prisoners interviewed by the press reports are deemed like overcrowding, with prisoners required to lie on the ground day and night. Some report that they were required to hold their hands over their heads and forced to bark like the dogs and shout "Long live Begin, long live Sharon." Jonathan Randall, who reports these facts, states that there appear to be virtually no Palestinian men between the ages of 16 to 63 in southern Lebanon, an observation confirmed by other reporters and visitors. Released prisoners allege that many prisoners died of torture. One, who was in Ansar for 155 days, reported in an interview with Liberation, Paris, that prisoners were laid on special tables that have holes for legs and arms, then beaten with sticks and iron rods. He claims to have seen deaths as the result of torture. A London Times inquiry reported in Egypt Tahranot led to the discovery of 7 young men apparently killed in an Israeli detention camp near Sidon in the early weeks of the invasion, their bodies found with hands tied and signs of severe beatings. Independent Lebanese witnesses gave similar accounts. One claimed to have seen one prisoner beaten to death by an Israeli guard. Israeli authorities first denied the allegations, then confirmed that the bodies had been found and that an investigation was proceeding. One died from a heart attack, they claimed. The Times reports that 5 were Lebanese citizens of Palestinian origin, 1 was a Palestinian refugee, and 1 an Egyptian. A lengthy account of the experiences of one prisoner in Israel and in Ansar appears in the German periodical Der Spiegel. This man, a Lebanese Shiite Muslim, the largest religious group in Lebanon, was. That this is Auschwitz, but it is a concentration camp. He also says that there is no torture now in Ansar. See also Ryavnarai's report on the Ansar concentration camp, including interviews with guards who regard the prisoners as subhuman, etc., and Mary Arias, reporting degrading conditions, electric torture, efforts to induce psychological disorientation by various measures, etc. 147. 266. Noam Chomsky. Taken prisoner on July 2nd, when his village was officially liberated by the IDF. At 4:30 a.m. the village was awakened by loudspeakers announcing that all inhabitants from ages 15 to 75 were to gather in the village center at 5 a.m. IDF troops with tanks and armored personnel carriers surrounded the village while, to the amazement of the villagers, a network of collaborators within the village, clearly established in advance, appeared with IDF uniforms and weapons, prepared for their task, which was to select the victims. Each person received a notice, guilty or innocent. This man was guilty, with a written statement describing his crime in Hebrew, so he never did find out what it was. The guilty were blindfolded and taken to a camp in southern Lebanon. There they were interrogated while being beaten with heavy clubs. Teachers, businessmen, students and journalists received special treatment, more severe beatings. The interrogation beating sessions lasted from 10 minutes to half a day, depending on the whims of the liberators. Prisoners slept on the ground, without blankets in the cold nights. Many were ill. They were forced to pass before Lebanese informants, and if selected, were sent to Israel. For no reason that he could discern, this man was one of those selected. Their first stop in Israel was Nahariya, where Israeli women entered their buses, screaming hysterically at the bound prisoners, hitting them and spitting at them while the guards stood by and laughed. They were then driven to an Israeli camp where they were greeted by soldiers who again beat them with clubs. They were given dinner, a piece of bread and a tomato. Then soldiers came with 4 large shepherd dogs on chains, who were set upon the prisoners, biting them, while those who tried to defend themselves were beaten by soldiers. Particularly the young boys, aged 15 and 16, began to cry from fear, leading to further beatings. Each day brought with it new torture. Many were beaten with iron bars, on the genitals, on the hands, on the soles of the feet. One had 4 fingers broken. This man was hung by his feet and they used me as a punching bag. When prisoners begged for water they were given urine, provided by the liberators. One day they were taken to the sports stadium of a nearby village where the inhabitants. Peace for Galilee. 267. Came to throw bottles and other objects at them. Prisoners were forced to run like cattle, beaten with clubs. Once they were made to sit for a solid week, most of the time with hands on their heads. The worst times were Friday night and Saturday, when the guards celebrated the Sabbath by getting drunk, selecting some prisoners for special punishment to the accompaniment of laughter, full of hate. After the war ended, this man was taken back to Lebanon, to the Ansar concentration camp, where there were then about 10,000 prisoners. Though the terror continued. One day they saw many Lebanese women outside the camp. They waved to them and shouted. To stop the turmoil, the guards shot in the direction of the women, and the prisoners, angered, threw stones, and were fired on directly with 28 wounded, 8 seriously. One night, at 1 a.m., he was told that he was free. 225 men were freed, all Lebanese. He was sent to Nabatai, where an officer told him, "We wish you all the best." We had to mete out justice. It was a long time indeed, but justice triumphed anyway. I do not know what he meant, this man adds, concluding his story. 148. The story was translated into Hebrew and appeared in Haaretz, but curiously, it was missed by the New York Times, New Republic, and other journals that were lauding the purity of alms and magnificent moral standards of the liberators. Apparently, It was not deemed of sufficient importance to be communicated to those paying the bills. According to other reports, prisoners were held blindfolded and bound in barbed wire compounds, while Lebanese prisoners were kept with arms tied. Palestinians were kept naked, blindfolded, with arms tied. Despite daily appeals from June 6, the ICRC was permitted to see only 18 injured Palestinians in a hospital in Israel until July 18. Wealthy Lebanese detainees who say that they had fought the PLO describe beatings and humiliation, confirming the reports of others. 149. One reads an occasional description, usually in the foreign press, of the agitated crowd of Arab women gathered in the shade of a neighboring wall to see whether any of their relatives could be spotted. 150. But the torment of the families has of as little interest to the paymasters as is the fate of the prisoners themselves. 268. Noam Chomsky. The Greek Orthodox Archbishop of demolished Tyre, Monsignor Haddad, described the arbitrary arrests as an insuperable barrier to the establishment of a just peace, expressing his certainty that 95%, if not 99%, of the people arrested are innocent. 151. It might be added that some questions also arise about the concept guilt, as applied by a conquering Red Army. Correspondents in Lebanon provide more information. One Reuters reporter gives this eyewitness account after seeing prisoners under guard. Flicking at a thonged leather whip, an Israeli soldier moved through the lines of suspected guerrillas squatting on a lawn outside the South Corporation. Nearby, a row of 8 men stood with their hands in the air as a green-bereted Israeli border guard, an Uzi submachine gun slung over his shoulder, inspected them. "This is where they bring our men. It is the Israelis' interrogation center," said a sobbing woman in a small crowd on the pavement opposite. The border guards, a force renowned for their toughness, barked out orders in Arabic and refused to let journalists linger at the gates of the corporation, a depot on the southern outskirts of Sidon. Through the bars, about 100 prisoners could be seen on the lawn while a waited to enter the depot, apparently for questioning. Those able to satisfy the Israelis that they were not PLO guerrillas were put onto a bus and driven to an open space in the town for release. As the men left the bus, soldiers stamped a Star of David on their identity cards to show they had been cleared. Those who had no card were stamped on their wrists. A picture above the story shows the top half of the body of an unidentified man, killed during the bombing of a school building in Sidon a week earlier, lying in the ruins where residents say that more than 300 died. A woman who was personally acquainted with several men who were released says she was told that they had to stand or sit in the sun all day. The only water they got was poured on the ground, and they had to lap it up like animals. Other Lebanese residents of Sidon told the same story. Adult males had been rounded up after the occupation, taken to the beaches, and passed before men wearing hoods who pointed some of them out, and then the Israelis took them away. 152. Peace for Galilee. 269. Again, it is useful to ask ourselves what the reaction would be in the United States if an Arab army had conquered half of Israel, leaving a trail of destruction in its path, sending all males to prison camps where they were beaten, murdered, humiliated, while their families were left to starve or be harassed or killed by terrorist bands armed by the conqueror. William Farrell visited the same school 7 months later, reporting again that several hundred refugees were killed when the school's shelter was hit. This one shelter, then, contained more corpses than the total number killed in all of Sidon, according to the Israeli official responsible for the population in the territories that were liberated, Minister of Economic Coordination Yoav Meridor, who reported to the Israeli Knesset that 250 people were killed in Sidon, including terrorists and their hostages, which presumably translates as Palestinians and Lebanese. 153. Farrell interviewed the assistant principal of this French-language elementary school, There are problems with some of the students, he said, who still shudder when they hear planes overhead. It will take a long time to take this impression from them, he added. 154. More information about the prisons comes from Israeli sources. Dr. Haim Gordon, an IDF educational officer, describes his visit to what he calls the Ansar concentration camp. Prisoners are not permitted to leave their tents, but must lie on the ground. There are no showers, in the burning July sun. The terrible stink maddens the Israeli guards. One prisoner is an 83-year-old man who collaborated with the PLO, renting a field to Palestinians who allegedly used it for an ammunition dump. He is therefore a terrorist, and we must frighten him so that in the future he will not collaborate, Gordon was informed by a guard. Amnon Dankner reports testimony by an Israeli soldier who served as a prison guard. He too describes the terrible smell, For the accounting by those who were celebrating their liberation, see note 103. Recall that the actual numbers are unknown, and that months after the battle ended corpses were still being found, and the IDF feared that epidemics might break out because of those still buried under the rubble. CPP 251, 252, 270. Noam Chomsky. Irritable to the Israeli guards, and the cries of pain of those under interrogation. He describes the pleading women who kiss your hands and show you a picture, begging you to tell them whether you have seen their husband or child, whom they have not seen or heard from for 3 months. And the military police officer who shoots into a crowd of prisoners, CP 267, the blood streaming from the wounds of those who are hit. The roadblocks where you must stop and send back a woman about to give birth or an old man in terrible pain, trying to reach a hospital. And finally, the suicide of an Israeli soldier, who, it seems, could bear no more. 155. Within Israel, the matter has elicited some concern. Knesset member Amnon Rubinstein brought up in the Knesset the issue of terrifying incidents in Ansar, alleging that intolerable conditions that are a stain on Israel's reputation prevail in the camp. Prisoners walk about barefoot in the severe cold, and there have been many incidents of assaults against them. 156. In the United States, little has been said about the topic. We return to the Israeli response to an Amnesty International appeal on the matter. Israeli soldiers returning from duty in Lebanon in the reserves add more to the picture. 1. A student at Tel Aviv University reports what he saw in Kotra Trashit, a new journal with labor support, including many labor doves. In 1978, he had been arrested in Argentina on suspicion of spying and had spent 10 days in an Argentine prison, but had seen nothing there to compare with what he found in the IDF headquarters in Sidon in January 1983, where he spent a month. At least 10 people were arrested each day and forced to perform menial labor for the IDF and the Israeli border guards, cleaning latrines and private quarters, washing floors, etc. In a letter of complaint to the Defense Ministry, this man and 2 other reservists, reporting their experiences, state that the IDF is becoming an army of masters. Prisoners in this military base were held only on suspicion, and many were released after a brief stay. In the base they were brutalized by the border guards. Whoever is caught will be punished, these reservists were told by the commanding officer. They witnessed degradation and beating of prisoners who were Peace for Galilee. 271. Bound and blindfolded, forced to crouch on the floor for long hours, then often released. Even worse than the behavior of the border guards, with the knowledge of their officers, who did nothing, was that of the Haddad forces who had free access to this IDF base. They beat prisoners brutally, again, with the knowledge of IDF officers. In one case a young woman, completely bound ... and crying from pain wherever they touched her, was repeatedly raped by Haddad soldiers who also attempted to force her to copulate with a dog. Then they returned her to imprisonment. Naturally, there was no investigation of what had happened within this IDF military base. The responsible IDF officers explained to me that this is how they behave in Lebanon. The soldiers had hoped to present their complaints to Chief of Staff Fitton, who arrived on the tour, but were unable to contact him. His visit had some good effects. However, the prisoners were given mattresses and blankets for the first time, after having been forced to work extra hours to clean the building in preparation for Fitton's visit. This soldier, who seems completely apolitical and is certainly no dove, is unwilling to return to Lebanon but does not want to join the hundreds who have refused service there. Many others have refused service at Ansar. He is thinking of emigrating, as several of his friends have done. 157. It might be noted, incidentally, that brutal treatment of helpless prisoners is an old Begin specialty. After the Deir Yassin massacre, survivors were paraded through the streets of Jerusalem by Begin soldiers proud of their achievement. Colonel Meir Pale, who was communications officer from the Haganah in Deir Yassin and an eyewitness, describes how Begin's heroes loaded 25 survivors into a truck and drove them through Jewish neighborhoods of Jerusalem, then taking them to a quarry where they were murdered, while others were driven off to be expelled beyond Israeli lines. And after Begin's troops had finished with their orgy of looting and destruction in Jaffa in April 1948, they also paraded blindfolded prisoners through the streets of Tel Aviv, to the disgust of a large section of the public. 158. Many of those driven from Jaffa in 1948 found their way to the Sabra and Shatla refugee camps, where their families. 272. Noam Chomsky were subjected to the gentle ministrations of Israel's local adjuncts in September 1982, CP 406. In other respects too, the IDF did not break new ground in Lebanon. Recall its massacre of defenseless civilians in the Gaza Strip in 1956, CP 110, and its behavior at the end of the 1967 war, when after the fighting Israel coldly blocked a Red Cross effort to rescue the human ruins, staggering and dying in the desert under the pitiless midsummer sun. 159 is already noted. The military doctrine of attacking defenseless civilians, described once again by Menachem Begin in connection with the 1982 invasion of Lebanon, derives from long-standing practice and was enunciated clearly by David Ben-Gurion in January 1948, CP 200. Many Israeli soldiers were appalled by the nature of the war, a fact that may be reflected in the psychiatric casualties, particularly among reservists, which were twice as high as the norm, including the 1973 war, in comparison to physical casualties. 160 Many of these soldiers reported what they had seen on their return, giving a picture of the war that was rather different from what had passed through Israeli censorship, and contributing substantially to growing opposition to the war in certain circles. One important case was Lieutenant Colonel Yermaya, the oldest soldier to serve in Lebanon, whose military career goes back to the pre-state Haganah days. 161 Col. Yermaya served with a unit that had responsibility for the captured population. After he returned from his first tour of duty, he made public some of the facts about its activities, or lack of activities. He was then dismissed from the army of which he was one of the founders, as punishment for this misdeed, on August 6. Yermaya has compiled an honorable record over many years. It was he, incidentally, who exposed the story of Shmuel Lachiz when this mass murderer was appointed to the highest executive position in the world's Zionist organization, a fact that merited no comment in the United States. After all, as the Israeli High Court had determined, his murdering several dozen old men, women and children under guard in a mosque was an act carrying no stigma. CP 193. Yermaya had been his commanding officer of the time of the massacre. Peace for Galilee. 273. Yermaya reports that the care for the captured population was not serious, to use an understatement. The behavior of his unit was governed by hatred of Arabs, particularly Palestinians, and a feeling of revenge and disregard for the needs of both Palestinians and Lebanese. He describes how tens of thousands of people, 100,000, according to the estimate of the military commander, 50,000 according to others, were concentrated on the beaches near Sidon for 2 days or more, in terrible heat, without even water. The city's water system had been destroyed and no plans had been made for a substitute. When he tried to arrange for assistance, he was told that there was no hurry. His unit was not permitted to care for the needs of Palestinians at all. Only after a week were supplies brought for the population, and then nothing for the Palestinians. Supplies gathered in Israel were not permitted entry. Christians were permitted to sit in the shade, Palestinians and Muslims forced to sit in the sun. When the chief Israeli administrator, Cabinet Minister Irakef Meridor, came to inspect and was asked what they were to do with the Palestinians, his answer was, "You must drive them east, towards Syria... and not let them return." Jeremiah subsequently spoke at a meeting in Tel Aviv with a number of soldiers and university professors who opposed the war, including soldiers who refused to return to Lebanon and also one of Israel's most prominent military commanders, General Rees Avra Madan, who participated, though he opposed the refusal to serve in Lebanon. Jeremiah explained that as soon as he entered Lebanon he realized that the purpose of the military operation was not to kill terrorists. Few terrorists were killed, but to destroy their Palestinian camps. After 3 months, virtually nothing had been done for the tens of thousands of people whose camps, actually towns, were destroyed, and Israel refused to take any responsibility for them. Even in his service in the European theatre during World War II, Jeremiah said, he saw nothing comparable to the destruction of the Ain el-Hilwa camp. He also described his visit to one of the concentration camps for Palestinian men and boys. He saw prisoners with their 274. Noam Chomsky. Hands tied, beaten by soldiers, one struck repeatedly in the face with the heel of a shoe, others beaten with clubs all over their bodies, on orders, they claimed. Appeals to higher officers went unanswered. Everything that is happening is the result of 15 years of conquest, Jeremiah concluded plausibly, referring to the post-1967 occupation. 162. At the same time, Imre Ron, whose authority was so respected by the New York Times, see above, p. 228, reported that there were no signs of beating or ill-treatment in a prison camp he visited near Sidon, where the prisoners were smoking and conversing on the grass. Definitely a humane attitude, rather like a college campus in the spring, by his account. 163. In his published diary and elsewhere, Jeremiah gave further details. 164. He described how military authorities locked shipments of food, blankets, medical supplies and tents requested by the mayor of Sidon. The supplies were delayed for several weeks, arriving only on July 5, because of the insistence of the Israeli military that they be shipped through Israel or Christian East Beirut, and they had not been distributed as of early August. A ship arrived with 700 tons of supplies for the people of Sidon, who were in desperate need, sent by a Lebanese millionaire. The IDF command refused to allow it to land, pretending that there were mines in the harbor. The real reason was that it was sent by foreign and hostile factors who would defame Israel, and besides, the IDF command said, they are all Arabs, and they all aided the terrorists in one way or another. Furthermore, the IDF command claimed that they had ample provisions in their houses, stored according to the Arab custom in houses that were destroyed, or to which they could not gain access. Jeremiah adds, the IDF command refused to offer any help. The Arab regime can wait, Jeremiah comments. There was reconstruction, carried out by local people, without IDF assistance. We know how to destroy, let others build, Jeremiah observes. The commanding officer ordered that with regard to UNICEF, We must disrupt all their activities. As for the International Red Cross, it is a hostile organization and orders were given to prevent all its activities in the region. Relief gathered by Israelis was not distributed or Peace for Galilee. 275 was given to Lebanese army units. Milk collected in Haifa was not distributed entire on the grounds that they, the Arabs, ruin their stomachs with our milk. The IDF command refused to permit huge army water carriers to be used for the tens of thousands of people suffering from thirst and hunger for days on the Sidon beaches. I will not send one IDF vehicle or driver into that mob, Jeremiah was told by the commanding officer, who also refused to allow him to enter Sidon to help because there might be danger. It is better that 1,000 Arabs should die and not one of our soldiers, the commanding officer said. Refugees from camps that were flattened were forbidden to pitch tents. Through these were in plentiful supply. Later, Israeli authorities were to place the blame on the Lebanese and international organizations for this, a decision that is evil and inhuman, and it teaches us the meaning of the humanitarianism that the military commander boasts of on television. Traveling near Tyre, Jeremiah came across the refugees from Russia who were camping in citrus groves near the destroyed town. A military commander ordered that they be driven away because they are being filmed too much. It is important to preserve the beautiful face of Israel, Jeremiah comments. He hears reports on the Israeli radio of the wonderful humanitarian efforts of the IDF and the Israeli population. Evidently, we learned something from the fascist propagandists in Europe, Jeremiah comments in despair, from the scene. He reports the fakery and invention of ridiculously low numbers of casualties and destroyed buildings, and the lies about humanitarianism and purity of arms. The Jewish soldier, the Israeli, who is crowned by hypocritical commanders and politicians as the most human in the world, the Israeli army that pretends to observe the purity of arms, a phrase that is sickening and false is changing its image. Jeremiah is not above certain illusions about the past. All of this refers to the treatment of the Lebanese, those who were liberated. Jeremiah accepts the official version that the IDF entered Lebanon to liberate the Lebanese and to fight the terrorists. As for the Palestinians, the attitude towards the non-combatant Palestinian population recalls the attitude towards 276. Noam Chomsky. Cockroaches that swarm on the ground. Ainel Hill was savagely bombed, though it was known that many women and children were cowering in the shelters. The women and children must be punished, because they belong to the families of terrorists, recall General Gur's principles, cited by Prime Minister Begin, p. 220, though he was ordering punishment of all inhabitants of southern Lebanon, not just Palestinians. Even the limited aid offered the Lebanese was denied the remnants of the Palestinians. Some of Jeremiah's most terrible stories concern the prisoners. Lebanese and Palestinians were taken over and over again for identification before hooded informers, many from the underworld, so that they should know what awaits a terrorist, and will be careful in the future, the official explanation ran. He tells story after story of prisoners savagely and endlessly beaten in captivity, of torture and humiliation of prisoners, and of the many who died from beatings and thirst in Israeli prisons or concentration camps in Lebanon. On the bus trip to an Israeli prison, one 55-year-old man, a diabetic with heart disease, felt ill and asked for air. He was thrown out of the bus by a soldier, fell and died. His son heard his cries and tried to help him, but he was stopped with severe beatings. The son was still in Ansar, as of January 1983. The long and repeated interrogations were accompanied by constant beatings, or attacks by dogs on leashes, or the use of air rifles with bullets that cause intense pain but do not kill. This gets all the secrets out of those under interrogation, Jeremiah was told by an IDF officer who exhibited this useful device. New loads of clubs had to be brought into the camps to replace those broken during interrogation. The torturers were experts in their work, the prisoners report, and knew how to make the blows most painful, including blows to the genitals, until the prisoners confessed that they were terrorists. Though when a Red Cross was finally permitted entry to Ansar in August, things improved somewhat. Prisoners were placed in the hole, a tin box too small to permit them to sit or lie down, with gravel and pieces of iron on the floor. There they would be kept for hours until they fainted and were covered with wounds on the soles of their feet. Prisoners were forced to sit with their heads between. Peace for Galilee. 277. Their legs, beaten if they moved, while guards shouted at them, "You are a nation of monkeys, you are terrorists, and we will break your heads. You want a state? Build it on the moon." The stories closely resemble those told by other released prisoners, specifically, the death from beatings and harsh treatment of at least 7 prisoners who were buried in the Muslim cemetery near Sidon, CPP. 262. Jeremiah served in the Allied forces in World War II. He compares the incredible brutality of the IDF with the behavior of Allied troops in Italy, where German POWs were treated honorably and decently, and if there were violations, they were stopped at once, while the IDF officers simply observe the atrocities and do not intervene. Reporting his experiences in June, in the early stages of the war, Jeremiah describes the bombed hospitals, the shattered population wandering in the ruins of Tyre and Sidon, and the camps, the terrorism of phalange hoodlums brought in by the IDF. The cries of the bereaved, the massive weaponry so out of proportion to any military need. It seems that there are many soldiers in the IDF to whom it matters and who are pained that we have become a nation of vicious thugs, whose second nature is fire, destruction, death and ruin. He sees religious soldiers celebrating the Sabbath amidst the horrors. "I am ashamed to be part of this nation," he says, arrogant, boastful, becoming more cruel and singing on the ruins. And he asks, finally, what will become of us, acting in such ways? 5.4 The grand finale. Israel's attack continued with mounting fury through July and August, the prime target now being the besieged city of West Beirut. By late June, residential areas had been savagely attacked in the defenseless city. Robert Fisk writes that the Israeli pilots presumably meant to drop their bombs on the scruffy militia office on Corniche Mzra, but they missed. Instead, their handiwork spread fire and rubble half the length of Applichaker Street, and the people of this miserable little thoroughfare, those who survived, that is, cannot grasp what happened to them. Applichaker Street was in ruins, its collapsed apartment blocks still smoking and some of the dead still. 278. Noam Chomsky. In their pancaked homes, sandwiched beneath hundreds of tons of concrete. The perspiring ambulance crews had so far counted 32 dead, most of them men and women who were hiding in their homes in a 9-story block of flats, when an Israeli bomb exploded on its roof and tore down half the building. One old man described briefly, almost without emotion, how his daughter's stomach had been torn out by shrapnel. "This was a civilian area," he said. "The planes are terrorizing us. This is no way for soldiers to fight." 165. This was before the massive air attacks of late July and August. On one occasion, on August 4th, the IDF attempted a ground attack, but withdrew after 19 Israeli soldiers were killed. 166. The IDF then returned to safer tactics, keeping to bombing and shelling from land and sea, against which there was no defense, in accordance with familiar military doctrine, CPP. 248, 285, 349, 352. The population of the beleaguered city was deprived of food, water, medicines, electricity, fuel, as Israel tightened the noose. Since the city was defenseless, the IDF was able to display its light-hearted abandon, as on July 26, when bombing began precisely at 2:42 and 3:38 p.m., a touch of humor with a slight hint The Labour press reported cheerily, noting that the timing, referring to UN Resolutions 242 and 338, was not accidental. 167. The bombings continued, reaching their peak of ferocity well after agreement had been reached on the evacuation of the PLO. Military correspondent Hirsch Goodman wrote that the irrational, unprovoked and unauthorized bombing of Beirut after an agreement in principle regarding the PLO's withdrawal had been concluded between all the parties concerned should have caused Defense Minister Sharon's dismissal, but did not. 168. The 11-hour bombing on August 12 evoked worldwide condemnation, even from the US, and the direct attack was halted. The consensus of eyewitnesses was expressed by Charles Powers. To many people, in fact, the siege of Beirut seemed gratuitous brutality. The arsenal of weapons, unleashed in a way that has not been seen since the Vietnam War, clearly horrified those who saw the results first-hand and through film and news reports at Addis. Peace for Galilee. 279. Chance. The use of cluster bombs and white phosphorus shells, a vicious weapon, was widespread. The Israeli government, which regarded news coverage from Lebanon as unfair, began to treat the war as a public relations problem. Radio Israel spoke continually of the need to present the war in the correct light, particularly in the United States. In the end, however, Israel created in West Beirut a whole set of facts that no amount of packaging could disguise. In the last hours of the last air attack on Beirut, Israeli planes carpet-bombed Burj El Brajni, a Palestinian refugee camp. There were no fighting men left there, only the damaged homes of Palestinian families, who once again would have to leave and find another place to live. All of West Beirut, finally, was living in wreckage and garbage and loss. But the PLO was leaving. Somewhere, the taste of victory must be sweet. 169. 6. The taste of victory. 6.1 The victors. For some, indeed, the taste of victory was sweet, in particular, for the Christians of East Beirut, who drove wildly through the streets in cars draped with newly elected President Mr. Gemal's portrait, firing into the air in an outburst of glee that left 5 dead and 19 wounded. 170. Previously they had been enjoying the spectacle of West Beirut in flames from the hotel verandas where they were sipping drinks or the beaches where they were sunning themselves, urging the Israeli army on to more violent attacks on the impoverished Muslims and Palestinians who now live like moles between destroyed houses, awaiting the next blow. These rich Lebanese regard us as mercenaries who are working for them, military correspondent Zefsif commented after observing this scene of dolce vita and death. 171. The New Republic described the same scene in rather different words. Its editors complained that among the many crimes of the press, it did not show pictures of the Lebanese Christian women who demonstrated in East Beirut to celebrate, truly celebrate, the departure of those who had destroyed their lives and killed their loved ones. And where are the pictures of the weeping? 280. Noam Chomsky. Mothers of the Israeli war dead? There is no concern for them in the cynical American press, entranced by the theatrical flourishes of the PLO, which has displayed such skill in manipulating American opinion leaders, particularly those found everywhere in the United States, to revel in anti-Israel hysteria. 172. One recalls earlier days, the Spanish Civil War, for example, when George Orwell reported from the front lines, where he was serving with the POUM, anti-Stalinist militia, that in the New Republic Mr. Ralph Bates, Assistant Commissar of the 15th International Brigade, stated that the POUM troops were playing football with the fascists in no man's land at a time when, as a matter of fact, the POUM troops were suffering heavy casualties and a number of my personal friends were killed and wounded, and the communists were withholding arms from the front, where the troops were predominantly anarchist. 173 other days, other heroes, other villains, the same integrity, though there is nothing in the history of this journal to compare with what it has become under the current owner and editor. The New Republic celebrated the close of 1982 with an article praising Orwell by Irving Howe, in its year-end edition. The taste of victory was also sweet for most, not all, Israelis, and for the supporters of Israel here, who could look forward to the establishment of the anticipated new order of their dreams in Lebanon and the imposition of Israeli control over the demoralized occupied territories, where Israel could now proceed to implement the strong-arm tactics so admired by New Republic editor Martin Peretz, eliminating the danger of a dagger poised at the heart of Israel, CPP. 222-83. The sweet taste was not, however, to linger long. We return to the aftermath in the next chapter. 6.2 The Liberated. There are, of course, Lebanese other than those whom Zefsif and the New Republic editors described in their differing ways. What was the taste of Israel's victory to them? This question was rarely asked, perhaps because the answer was obvious. After all, former Supreme Court Justice Arthur Goldberg had pronounced that Lebanese hail Israel's action as liberation, while the editors of the Peace for Galilee 281. New York Times explained early on that they were being granted their liberation from the Syrians and the PLO, anticipating by several weeks the announcement by Ariel Sharon that Israel's troops entering Lebanon were greeted as liberators for driving out the terrorists who had raped and pillaged and plundered. And surely the Lebanese were grateful for the fact that no army in the history of modern warfare ever took such pains to prevent civilian casualties as did the Israel Defense Forces, as Sharon explained, echoing Begin's words after Deir Yassin, CP. 103, observing the Jewish doctrine of Tahashek, purity of arms, scrupulously while attacking only predetermined PLO positions and in bombing and shelling buildings only when they served as PLO's strongholds, the mental hospital in West Beirut, the school shelter in Sidon, and so on. 174. Despite these assurances, let us nevertheless, if only out of idle curiosity, inquire further into the attitudes of Lebanese towards their liberation, beyond those who were freely expressing their opinions to visiting Americans guided by an Israeli army escort in occupied Lebanon. An obvious place to start would be the statements of the official representative of the government of Lebanon at the United Nations, Mr. Garson Tweni, a Christian, the owner of the highly respected Beirut Journal An-Nahar, later the Lebanese government's coordinator of negotiations with the liberators. In fact, he had a good deal to say on behalf of the government of Lebanon, though one has to search a little to discover what it was. His name does not appear in the New York Times index for this period, for example. Mr. Tweni gave a major address at the highly publicized United Nations Conference on Disarmament on June 22, a few blocks away from the editorial offices of the Times, just 2 weeks after the liberation began. He asked to be excused if the representative of Lebanon had no words on universal disarmament, save the pious prayers that it should happen soon enough for his country to survive, a country that was then being martyred and crucified. The atomic holocaust. Sharon also cited the figure of 1,392 civilians killed by PLO terrorist raids, a fabrication that set off the inquiries by Israeli journalists that elicited the actual official figures. Cited above, CP. 86. 282. Noam Chomsky. Of tomorrow, he said, becomes a problematic danger, remote and almost unreal, to those who are living an actual Holocaust, the Holocaust of their Mother Earth, of men, women, and children physically destroyed along with the cities they built and loved. The choice for the Lebanese is between today and tomorrow, between surviving immediate death, and thinking, but only thinking, of preventing ultimate destruction. Recall that he was speaking well before the siege of Beirut and the indiscriminate bombing of heavily populated civilian areas that reached its peak in late July and August. He asked that the General Assembly not be diverted by abstract testimonies for peace. Concerned as we all are with the necessity of halting the race towards the atomic holocaust of tomorrow, let us remember the no less apocalyptic realities of today. The official, Christian, spokesman from the country that was then being liberated by Israel may, perhaps, be excused for lapsing into hyperbole. Mr. 20 called for the immediate and unconditional withdrawal of Israeli forces from Lebanon, citing UN Security Council Resolution 509, which clearly and unequivocally establishes the criteria of Israeli withdrawal, that it should be both immediate and unconditional. He deplored the fact that the UN peacekeeping forces were unable to defend Lebanon against aggression, adding that it is the very future of peacekeeping operations which is now at stake, given the inability of the United Nations to stop the Israeli attack, and, though he was too polite to add this, the support for this aggression by the US government, which rendered the UN impotent. Ungratefully, he offered Israel no thanks for his liberation. 175. It is perhaps worthy of note that one has to go to Tel Aviv to discover from the press what the representative of Lebanon was saying in New York. There is a brief reference to 20's speech at the end of an article on Lebanon in the Boston Globe, June 24, 1982. 20's impassioned condemnations of the Israeli invasion were occasionally seen on television, which American supporters of Israel have denounced even more bitterly than the pro-PLO print media for its alleged anti-Israel attitudes, a matter to which we return. Peace for Galilee. 283. The Lebanese ambassador did reach an American audience, though not the press, at a later stage of the liberation. Writing in Foreign Affairs, he commented on the name given to the Israeli invasion, Peace for Galilee. To occupy almost half of a country, destroy its capital, disrupt its economy, ferociously kill its civilian population by the thousands, for the sake of peace for Galilee, is indeed a very strange notion of peace and of liberation. He also expressed some concern for the future. Zionist literature has consistently maintained that the Jewish national home, and later Israel, needed the water of the Litani and the land south of it, and Israel itself has dealt with the issue as if the population living there, which is Arab not Jewish, and in its majority, Muslim not Christian, were a negligible entity, eventually disposable, not significant, and almost non-existent. 176. Perhaps he had in mind some other areas that had been liberated before. 20 reviews the problems that Israel would face if it attempted to absorb this new area. The Lebanese ambassador also expressed concern over the intentions of Syria, but we need not dwell on that in the present context, since in the United States there are no opinion leaders or others who extol Syria for its liberation of Lebanon, though more muted expressions of approval were heard when Syria entered Lebanon in 1976 to combat the Muslim-Palestinian National Front coalition in the civil war. On the contrary, what we are told by such luminaries as Arthur Goldberg, in his statement published by the American Friends of Israel, see note 134, is that after Hussein expelled the PLO from Jordan in 1970, when Syria and the PLO invaded and occupied Lebanon later that year, 1970, the killing, maiming and destruction was so wanton and the occupation so pervasive that Lebanon virtually ceased to exist as an independent country. The actual facts of the matter have already been reviewed. The idea that Syria invaded and occupied Lebanon in 1970 is an original contribution by Mr. Goldberg and his sponsors, but apart from that, his sentiments are familiar. We return to his further thoughts on the matter, which do break some new ground. 284. Noam Chomsky. Putting aside the observations of Lebanon's representative to the United Nations, let us search elsewhere. Another obvious place to turn would be the Lebanese press, just as we naturally turn to the Israeli press if we are interested in the attitudes of Israelis. This possibility also seems not to have occurred to those who inform us with much confidence about what the Lebanese think and feel. Fortunately, the task is not too difficult, even without access to the Arabic or French press. It should be noted, incidentally, that daily translations from the Arabic press are readily available in Beirut, Middle East Reporter. There is an independent English-language weekly published in West Beirut, Monday morning. It is open to a wide spectrum of opinion ranging from Falanist to PLO, from Noam Goldman and U.S. Middle East specialist William Quink to representatives of the Arab states and movements. In particular, its treatment of Israel's Falanist clients and of the Falanist government elected under Israeli guns was sympathetic and free from rancor, so that it passes the basic test of acceptability for an American audience. It contains a regular and detailed factual review of the week's events in Lebanon, along with analytic articles by local Western journalists and others, and broad coverage of the international, including Israeli, media. The tenor of its reporting did not change detectably as one military force replaced another, so it seems plausible to suppose that it was not published at gunpoint, as is obvious enough from the range and character of the material that appeared. Whatever they may have been in the past, about which I do not know, its standards were quite respectable through 1982. It certainly compares quite favorably to Western journals. It is likely that this journal offers as good reflection of what many educated Lebanese were thinking during this period as any single journal could do, and this is a segment of the population that we do not ordinarily disregard in discussing other societies. Let us then consider what it has reported about Lebanese attitudes to the war, beginning with its first week. Immediately after the initial Israeli bombardments, the journal reports, Ambassador Twenty informed the Security Council on June 5 that Israeli commandos had landed on the coastal road between Peace for Galilee 285 Sidon and Beirut and has opened machine gun fire on cars and buses in which civilian refugees were fleeing from the south, the first attack, after the initial bombings, on predetermined PLO positions and PLO strongholds in the terms pronounced appropriate by General Sharon, see above, and adopted by Israel's American supporters, and an early example, in this war, of how the IDF never aims at civilian targets, as Begin explained while recalling the familiar military doctrine of punishing the civilian population, CP 250. This action is of the utmost gravity, Ambassador Twenty said, and my government earnestly hopes that the Council is not thus confronted with yet another preemptive act by Israel. He requested that the Security Council act to stop the aggression against Lebanon, the wanton bombardment of positions in Lebanon by Israel. The Security Council responded by unanimously passing a resolution calling for a ceasefire at 6 a.m. on June 6, to which Israel responded in turn by launching the invasion on June 6. Perhaps mindful of the warning by the representative of Lebanon that Israeli aggression was a catastrophe for Lebanon and perhaps for international peace and security as well, the Security Council unanimously passed a further resolution on June 6 that demands that Israel withdraw its military forces forthwith and unconditionally to the internationally recognized borders of Lebanon. This too was disregarded by the liberators. On June 8, the U.S. vetoed a Security Council resolution that condemns the non-compliance of Israel with the earlier resolutions, calling for immediate cessation of hostilities and withdrawal of Israeli forces. 177 By this act, the U.S. gave its official blessing to the liberation, a stance that it then maintained, with the general approbation of the media, while stoutly denying the fact. In an article entitled Different Lebanese React Differently, the journal reported that with the exception of the rightist Lebanese Front, officials, politicians and party leaders unreservedly condemned Israel's invasion of Lebanon and vowed to resist it, accusing the United States of responsibility for the savage aggression and denouncing the Arabs' failure to throw their full weight behind Lebanon and the Palestinians. Among those joining in the condemnation was Prime Minister 286. Noam Chomsky. Shafik Watson, speaking in the name of the Council of Ministers. Watson was again chosen to head the new government by Falangist President Amin Gemayel after the liberation was completed in September, and thus should qualify as a legitimate spokesman for the liberated population, by the standards of the New York Times and others. Also joining in the condemnation were Christian Foreign Minister Fuad Boutros, Shiite House Speaker Kamal Azad, a number of former Prime Ministers, Nabi Berri, head of the Shiite militia, that fought alongside the Palestinians, spokesman for both the Sunni Islamic grouping and the higher Shiite Council, that is, the two major Muslim religious groups, Druze leader Walid Jamalat, son of the assassinated leader of the Lebanese National Movement, the Muslim Palestinian Coalition, former President Suleiman Frangieh, a Maronite who condemned the barbaric Israeli invasion, and others. The invasion was supported only by the Lebanese Front, which groups the main rightist Maronite parties, specifically by Front leader Kamil Chaman, who had requested the U.S. Marines to land in 1958, and Falangist Party chief Pierre Gemayel and his son Bashir Gemayel, who headed the Phalange militia. 179. Reuters correspondent Patrick Wersnip described the Falangist-Israeli cooperation as a nightmare come true for Lebanese leftists and Palestinians, noting that the Falangists had opposed the Palestinians because they feared the new arrivals could tilt the confessional balance in favor of their Muslim rivals and threaten their own political supremacy in a country in which they were the minority, and noting also that many Lebanese Christians, especially. In mid-June, Robert Fisk reported, Nabi Berri, the leader of the Shia movement, which fought so bravely with the Palestinians against the Israelis south of Beirut, ordered his men to lay down their guns, further resistance being hopeless. He and Walid Jamalat, who also regarded further resistance as hopeless, joined the new Committee of National Salvation formed by President Sakis as an executive in the emergency. Jamalat counselled passive resistance, given the overwhelming force of the invaders. Berri later stated that an Israeli attack on West Beirut will not be the end of the war but the beginning of another one which will spread to the entire country, accusing the US and some Arab states of having encouraged the Israeli aggression on Lebanon. 178. Peace for Galilee. 287. Non-Maronite sects reject Falangist policies. Meanwhile, Israel's main ally in Lebanon, Pierre Gemayel, expressed his reservations concerning the liberation in an interview. He described it as a catastrophe for Lebanon, the Palestinians and the Arab world, which might even lead to an international war. The Israeli presence is going to ruin this Lebanese formula, much to Israel's joy, where the Lebanese formula is the association between two civilizations, Christian and Muslim, and it will lead to the division of Lebanon into who knows what, sectarian states. In short, something less than unreserved pleasure, even from this quarter. 180. Protests mounted as the invasion liberation ground on. By late June, Prime Minister Watson and Walid Jamalat stated that they could not continue the negotiations to remove the PLO from Beirut because of the unremitting Israeli attacks. Watson stated, "Every time we reach some kind of understanding, we run into a new escalation as if designed to pressure us. You can quote me, this is an international conspiracy against Lebanon and the Lebanese. You want me to remain silent while Philip Habib watches the bombardment of residential areas? As if we were rats in this country. Shafik Watson cannot accept this. Therefore, I have informed President Sakis that I cannot continue shouldering my responsibility under this blackmail and escalation. 181. His continuing protests in this vein were occasionally reported in the U.S. On July 27, the government of Lebanon once again protested the continuing invasion in the strongest possible terms and called upon the Security Council to seek practical ways and means under the Charter to ensure the implementation of the earlier resolutions, an option that was regularly blocked by U.S. veto. On July 30th, Noam Chomsky issued a statement demanding that this cruel and unjustifiable treatment of innocent civilians should stop, referring to Israel's blockade of West Beirut. On August 11th he condemned Israel for sending its forces into the Christian hinterland, including areas north of Beirut, saying that there is no explanation for this. 182 By the end of July, then, condemnation of the liberation was unanimous among Lebanese political elites. In 288, Noam Chomsky, including even Pierre Gmail and Noam Chomsky, who, nevertheless, continued to support the invasion for the reasons already explained by Zefsif. They were pleased to have Israeli mercenaries win the civil war for them and re-establish their supremacy over the Muslim majority of the population. Muslim leaders were far harsher in their condemnations throughout, including Shafik Watson, former Prime Minister Salam, and others. Apart from condemning the merciless attacks on the civilian population, as he did throughout, Salam expressed his outrage over the phosphorus bombing that gutted the 1,000-year-old mid-city pine woods in and around the now destroyed horse race track. The pine forest, the pride of Beirut, the whole forest was burned with phosphorus bombs, he told reporters on August 2nd. Subsequently, he demanded that Israel pay reparations, which is the practice in war. With the savage way the Israelis have acted, I think it's the least of things to demand of the aggressor, he told a news conference in which he also blamed the U.S. for backing Israel blindly. 184 Salam and Watson lived in West Beirut, where they endured the terror. Chomsky and Gmail watched from East Beirut. On August 30th, Yasser Arafat departed from Beirut, effectively terminating an organized Palestinian presence in Lebanon. The day began with an emotional farewell meeting with Druze leader Walid Jumalat. Arafat was then accompanied to Prime Minister Watson's office by Jumalat, Shiite militia commander Nabi Berri and Lebanese communist leader Mohsen Ibrahim. Brother Arafat, as Prime Minister Watson referred to him, was seen off from Beirut by Watson, 4 former prime ministers, religious leaders, and representatives of President Sakis, many of whom were in tears as the single smokestack Atlantis, gleaming white in the sunlight, pulled out of the port. 185. The destruction of the forest, a children's park, the pride of Beirut, was reported, with TV clips, on NBC TV News, August 2nd. James Compton reported that there were Palestinian positions here. They have long been abandoned. Most fortified Palestinian positions have been abandoned under Israel's relentless barrage. 183. Peace for Galilee. 289. There were, indeed, many who had reason to fear what the future held, and these fears were soon borne out. The Palestinians and Muslims in Beirut, who were left defenseless, with power now in the hands of their phalange enemies, the population of the south, subject to the whims of Major Haddad and whomever else Israel might choose to arm, the Druze of the Chouf region, which had escaped the civil war, who were worried and scared last weekend as the Falangist militias moved in behind the advancing Israelis, and perhaps also those who remembered the West Bank while they pondered such scenes as the entry to Lebanon of the followers of the New York Lubavitcher rabbi, equipped with a press to print copies of the Tanya, expounding their doctrine, photographed carrying out their work near the presidential palace in the hills above Beirut. 186. The attitudes of Lebanese in Beirut did not go unnoticed in the American press. Time Bureau Chief William Stewart reported that by mid-August there has been a remarkable transformation of opinion in this beleaguered city. Instead of desperately wanting the PLO to leave in order to avoid further bloodshed, Lebanese civilians we talked to all over West Beirut now want to see Israel defeated. The Israeli attacks were directed not just against Palestinian military positions but at hospitals, schools, apartment houses, government offices and shipping centers. Everything became a target, and so did the people of West Beirut in what has become known as the Great Siege. 187. The consummation, temporarily, of Operation Peace for Galilee, the liberation of Lebanon. Although the commentary on the matter that is standard here is hardly very persuasive, nevertheless it is reasonable to suppose that many Lebanese were pleased to see the PLO depart, for quite sound reasons. The first was that Abliban's rational prospect, CP 200, had been amply fulfilled for many years, leading to vast suffering, and had again been fulfilled in Beirut, as Stewart observes. Furthermore, Lebanese across the political spectrum want to see the Palestinians in Palestine, not in their own country. While these feelings were complicated by Palestinian support for the Muslim majority in the civil war, nevertheless the sentiment is no doubt widely held. 290. Noam Chomsky. Understandably enough, just as even the most sympathetic Pakistanis want to see the Afghan refugees return to Afghanistan, particularly when, as in Lebanon, their presence and military actions call forth retaliatory strikes, so the Lebanese favor the return of Palestinians to their land. In this regard, they share views held throughout the Arab world. Propagandists here made much of the reluctance of the Arab states to take in the PLO fighters, crowing about this alleged demonstration that even the Arab states despise and reject the PLO. While it is true enough that the elites that rule the Arab states dislike the PLO, and, quite generally, nationalist currents in the Arab world that might threaten their power, one can hardly demonstrate the fact on these grounds, at least if we add one factor commonly ignored, that they regularly stated that they did not want to contribute to a new dispersal of the Palestinians, whom they prefer to see in a state of their own in Palestine in accordance with the international consensus. In the same context, we may take note of the common charge that the Arab states have contributed to the plight of the refugees by refusing to take them in, a claim that ignores, as usual, the wishes of the Palestinians themselves, who have insisted on maintaining their national and cultural identity and their hope to return to their native land. Finally, while the charges that have circulated in the US concerning the behavior of the PLO in Lebanon appear to be vastly exaggerated, at least to judge by investigations carried out by Israeli journalists, Jewish and Christian Arab, and while there seems little doubt that the behavior of the Israeli-backed phalange was more brutal than anything attributable to the PLO, it nevertheless remains true that the PLO behaved in a disgraceful and stupid fashion in southern Lebanon, alienating much of the population. 6.3 Israelis. It is, then, a shade less than obvious that Lebanese were uniformly celebrating their liberation through the summer of 1982. As for the charge is so common as to make reference almost superfluous. It was, for example, repeated in an unusually accurate ABC close-up report on the Beirut massacres, January 7, 1983, in apportioning the blame for the massacres. Peace for Galilee. 291. Was reactions. The war had initially received overwhelming support there, including many critics of the drift towards religious chauvinist fanaticism. For example, Amnon Rubinstein, a Knesset member from the Shinui Change Party and a civil libertarian of sorts, wrote after a month of war that only a small radical minority demands immediate withdrawal from Lebanon, an accurate appraisal apart from the term radical, familiar in a similar context from the days of U.S. aggression in South Vietnam. Israel is rightly not ashamed of its alliance with a Christian minority in Lebanon, Rubinstein added. The negative attitude toward the Lebanese Christians almost universally expressed in the Western media is a mixture of ignorance and insanity that characterizes some segments of the international scene. Even France, which the Maronites regard as a second homeland, has completely forsaken them and in its frenzied courtship of Palestinians, overlooks the rights of the Lebanese Christians, including the Haddadists, as does the West more generally, he argued. 188. Turning to the facts, it was a convenient pose, hardly to be taken seriously, that Israel's alliance with pro-Israeli segments of Christian society was undertaken to defend a persecuted minority, namely, the privileged group that dominated the Muslim majority. Israel's concern for the rights of the oppressed, adequately illustrated by its behavior with regard to South Africa, Zaire, Somoza, Nicaragua, Guatemala, etc., not to speak of the territory it controls directly and, as for many others, notoriously, Harvard Law professor Alan Dershowitz, Rubinstein's civil libertarian commitments quickly fade in connection with Israeli dissidents. See TNCW, p. 434, and p. 142 and note 107. The point illustrated by Dershowitz, et al., is familiar enough. Thus, many Stalinists really did struggle courageously for civil rights in the United States, while taking a rather different stance with regard to the Holy State. The same is true, to a lesser but nonetheless quite substantial degree, of supporters of the murderer of Kronstadt, the man who called for the militarization of labor in a labor army, who dismantled the Soviets and factory councils and destroyed the anarchist movements after they were no longer needed to defend Bolshevik rule while assisting in establishing the institutions of the Soviet dungeon. It is a curious feature of the contemporary intellectual scene in the US that former Trotskyites are now commonly described as having fought the good fight against totalitarian oppression. 292. Noam Chomsky. Those it has driven from their homes is basically no different from that of any other state with interests to pursue in the international arena. The reference to the frenzied courtship of Palestinians in the West gives an interesting indication of the state of mind and grasp of reality on the part of many liberal Israeli intellectuals. What Rubinstein describes as a mixture of ignorance and insanity with regard to Israel's Christian allies spread over Israel as well, as soldiers and journalists began to learn about them from evidence more direct than Israeli propaganda. Included were some of the most respected correspondents in Israel, for example, Zev Seif, whose description of Israel's Maronite allies enjoying the fun was cited above, and Colonel Dofir Meyer, who recounts stories of Phalange atrocities in June, CP. 277. Or consider the report by this soldier, after the Beirut massacres. A storm was aroused in the state concerning the Phalangists in connection with the Sabra and Sheikha affair. It was only necessary to become acquainted with the Phalangists to know that they were capable of doing what they did. At least I, a simple soldier, understood this when I was in Beirut before it all happened. I happened to make friends with one Phalangist. Until today, I cannot forget two pictures that he showed me with real pride. In one he stood in a heroic pose holding in his hands two full jars, ears of terrorists. He told me that he had cut them from the bodies of terrorists recently, that is, after the IDF had turned the terrorists over to Phalange control. In the second, I saw him standing holding in. Recall that many of the Palestinian refugees were expelled outright, while many others fled in terror after Israeli atrocities, and that since 1948 Israel has refused any settlement that might involve permitting their return apart from limited cases. Israel's colossal goal in this regard, or more accurately, its perception of the integrity of its supporters and its colossal contempt for them, has repeatedly been demonstrated, for example, in a flyer distributed, with no identification, by the Israeli consulate with the heading "Who cares about refugees?" Its purpose is to compare Israel's profound humanitarian concern for refugees, its care about refugees deriving from Jewish historical experience, with the callousness of the Arab states. The proof is that Israel has been enthusiastic in helping Cambodian refugees. By the same logic, Soviet party liners, if they had the audacity, could demonstrate the deep commitment of the Soviet leadership to civil liberties by citing their outrage over miscarriages of justice in the United States, the case of the Wilmington 10, for example. Again, The Age of Orwell. Peace for Galilee. 293. Each hand a head that had been cut off, and between his legs a third. He explained to me with great self-importance that these were the heads of Palestinians he had decapitated. 189. Another case is the story of the Druze Sheikh Sami Abu Said in the Chuv, quiet during the civil war but inflamed by the entry of the Phalange in the trail of the IDF. He was captured in a Phalange ambush and killed with an axe. His body was mutilated and his limbs cut off, then placed in a box and sent to his village, setting off one of the many post-war incidents in the region. 190. There are many other examples. In fact, Rubinstein is being a bit disingenuous. There was ample evidence about the character and behavior of Israel's allies and clients long before, from the days of Karantina, Tel al-Zata and Qiyam, see pages 203-6, 212, for example. The facts were simply suppressed in Israel when it was convenient to suppress them, and brought forth, to a degree, when it became useful to do so, in particular, by September 1982, when evidence began to mount that the Phalangists would not be the docile allies that Israel had expected, and after the Sabra Shatila massacres, when it became necessary to appeal to the Arab character to explain away what had happened under the control of the IDF. Rubinstein himself would surely not have written about the Phalange in October the way he did in July, nor would he have condemned the ignorance and insanity of those in the West who were critical of the Phalange, not because the Phalange had changed, or because his knowledge about the Phalange had changed, but because Israel's relations with them had changed. One may also recall the forbidden point that however terrible the behavior of Israel's allies had been, it hardly compares with what Israel itself had done in its war of terror in southern Lebanon for many years. Consider the full story of Qiyam, for example. Rubinstein's is a voice from the critical end of the spectrum of mainstream political and intellectual life in Israel. A month later, as the battering of Beirut reached new heights of savagery, Begin's popularity correspondingly soared to record heights. A mid-August poll showed that Begin's Likud would capture 66 seats in the 120-member. 294. Noam Chomsky. Knesset. If elections were held then, up from 48 in the 1981 elections, while Labour Party support dwindled to 35 seats, 47 in 1981. More than 80% supported the invasion of Lebanon, which was supported, publicly at least, by the Labour opposition, and 64% approved of the decision to go beyond the 25-mile zone announced in early propaganda, though it was already clear that the costs to Israel would not be small. 191. A few weeks later, another poll showed that 60% of Israelis opposed negotiations with the PLO, while 5% supported the establishment of a Palestinian state in the West Bank, NB, not including the Gaza Strip. 192. Presumably, Israel's population largely agreed with Begin's assertion that Israel never attacked the civilian population in Beirut, and with the statement of Defense Minister Sharon that I would not be exaggerating by saying that there is no other country in the world that can boast of such a capacity for confrontation and such successes with such supreme universal moral value as little Israel. The Knesset voted 50-40 to accept Sharon's statement, rejecting by 50-38 the Labour Party statement that the military advantage gained by the heavy bombing and shelling of Beirut did not justify the damage caused Israel. Obviously the only relevant consideration. 193. None of this affected judgments here concerning Israel's sublime moral standards. Recall the pragmatic critique of America's aggression and atrocities in Indochina, which was predominant by far among the intellectual elite even at the height of opposition to the Vietnam War. 194. As explained by Gideon Hausner, Israel's war against the PLO, the center of a cancerous growth which has metastasized all over the world, a gang of thugs, proved again Israel's power and its respect for human values. Not for the first time in our history, an outstanding Jewish contribution is being first begrudged, then gradually acknowledged and ultimately acclaimed as a victory for. Asked to state their preference for head of the government, 54% selected begin in August, the next highest, 14%, being Rabin, and the next, then President Yitzhak Rabin, 4%. Begin's popularity dropped to 45% by October, and Rabin's to 11%, after the events to which we return, while Rabin's rose to 18%. By February 1983, Begin's popularity was 45%, Rabin's 23%, and Rabin's 5%, about 20% not responding throughout. Shimon Peres, head of the Labour Party, stood at about 3.5% throughout. Marif, February 18, 1983. See also p. 451. Peace for Galilee. 295. Humanity. 195. Hausner was the prosecutor of Adolf Eichmann and is the chairman of the Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial Center. Hausner's choice of terms can hardly fail to call to mind other episodes of Jewish history, when Jews or Zionists were the centers of various cancerous growths. Again, it is interesting to see how some supporters of Israeli policies seem intent on fulfilling a curious self-image as spokesmen for states that we do not dare to mention by name, in Ablibin's phrase, with insistent mimicry of their phraseology, a new order imposed by Israeli arms. A Palestinian state is a dagger poised at the heart of Israel, not to speak of toe-legged beasts inhabiting nests like vermine, etc. There is something indeed perverse in this pose. The significance of such phrases and cancerous growth and gang of thugs becomes clearer when we bear in mind the status of the PLO among Palestinians in the occupied territories and elsewhere, and the fact, clear enough to many Israeli soldiers fighting in Lebanon, that every Palestinian is automatically a suspected terrorist, and by our definition of that term it is actually true. Since we are confronting a comprehensive PLO organizational structure, including youth clubs, health services and a functioning economy, and everyone connected with them, that is, all Palestinians, is now a terrorist by our definition. 196. Recall Yaakov Morido's reference to the casualties in Sidon as terrorists and their hostages, a phrase that can only be interpreted as meaning Palestinians and Lebanese, in the perverse Israeli idiom. This picture of Israel's war in southern Lebanon, and of the nature of the cancer that was excised, was confirmed by many others, for example, Mordechai Barant, formerly the IDF's chief education officer and a Jewish agency official, whose remarks were partially quoted earlier, p. 203. Of all the declared, implied and hidden objectives of this leading Peace Now activist describes the PLO as a malicious and extremist movement which has to a great extent employed intimidation and terror amongst the Palestinians themselves, a claim that is not too easily reconcilable with the result sense of Israeli polls in the West Bank, and that also overlooks too easily some elements of the history of Zionism. It is a vicious and cruel organization with extremist positions refusing any compromise with Israel, reflecting the obstinacy, blindness and folly of the Palestinians. It would. 296. Noam Chomsky. The war in Lebanon, he writes, there is no doubt that the central aim was to deal a crushing blow to the national aspirations of the Palestinians and to their very existence as a nation endeavoring to define itself and gain the right to self-determination. The goal was achieved. Anyone who visited southern Lebanon during and even after the fighting would see that the war was fought not just against terrorist organizations and the PLO, and not even solely to destroy the PLO's military infrastructure in the region. It was fought against the very existence of the Palestinians as a community with its own way of life, which had been evolving in Lebanon since 1948, and at an enhanced rate since 1975. Against the health and educational services, political and social organizations, judicial and self-management systems, etc. Now that all these autonomous social systems have been utterly destroyed, the Palestinian refugees have once again become a faceless mass of people, uprooted, evacuated and torn away from any form of collective life. 197. Baron may incidentally be right in saying that anyone who visited southern Lebanon could see the facts that he describes, the results of what Mayor Pale calls the smash-up technique used to raise the areas to be occupied in various ways, in air, naval and artillery bombardment, and with tanks, rockets and mechanical equipment. 198. But it is also true that many who visited the area explicitly denied these facts and condemned the American media as dupes or liars or worse for partially reporting them. In any event, so Eichmann's prosecutor informs us, the gang of thugs has now been replaced by the Phalange and Haddad, the humanists of Tel al-Zata, Qiyam, and other noteworthy incidents, backed by the IDF, which has some tales of its own to tell. Require a radical internal reform for the PLO to lead the Palestinians to realize their aspirations through compromise with Israel. Again, we note how Baron, a respected dovish intellectual, erases from history the record of PLO moves to realize Palestinian aspirations through compromise since the mid-1970s, which happened to have been publicized repeatedly in the very journal in which he writes. Comparable remarks by a PLO leader concerning Israel would be eagerly seized upon by Israeli propagandists as proof that the PLO cannot be considered a possible partner for negotiations. Recall that peace now, which, in fact, has done important and courageous work, is commonly put forth as an ideal that has no counterpart among the Palestinians. C.P. 183 and Chapter 3. Note 111. Peace for Galilee. 297. And the cancer had been removed. As for the terror that had metastasized throughout the world, there were early claims that Israel had captured innumerable international terrorists from Europe and elsewhere who were being groomed by the PLO. The careful reader of the press was later to learn, in the small print buried in other stories, that these much-publicized reports were false. Israeli intelligence officials conceded that they had seized no Western European or Japanese terrorists, only 28 Turks, in their occupation of Palestinian camps and bases, despite some erroneous statements in the early days of the war that European terrorists had been taken prisoner. No member of a major international terrorist organization was captured by the invading Israeli army, an Israeli specialist on terrorism reported, speculating that they might have left in May, when war appeared imminent. 199. The comparisons brought to mind by Gideon Hausner's words did not go unnoticed in Israel, for example, by the paratrooper Just. There is more to the story of terrorism in Europe than what is reported in the US. The Palestinian role has been very widely publicized, but it is barely known here that Israel has been accused of direct involvement in terrorism in Europe, and that the Israeli secret services have been condemned for terrorist acts in the courts in Norway and Italy, in the former case, for killing the wrong person in error, and in the latter, in connection with the murder of Palestinian poet Walzy Waiter. It has also been reported that right-wing European terrorists have had close dealings with the Phalange and have spent time in Phalange and Haddad areas. See, for example, Economist, October 11, 1980, citing the Bavarian Ministry of the Interior, Zuhadrak, Raqqa, Communist, July 29, 1981. Quoting from the West German Journal of Former Anti-Nazi Resistors, the same report alleges that terrorists who were identified as trained by the PLO were in fact captured by the PLO when they left Phalange territory. In the recent spate of confessions, leading Red Brigadists have alleged that the Israeli Mossad sought to assist them, providing them with information about targets of assassination as part of what an Italian judge called a diabolic plan to destabilize Italy. A radical party, that is, liberal, parliamentarian charged that the Mossad was not at all disinterested in the elimination of all Domara, considered by Israel as an excessively pro-Arab statesman. Cited by Lisu Palmieri Billig, Jerusalem Post, February 1, 1982, as evidence of vilification of Israel in Italy. Another example of such vilification, according to the Post, was a statement by President Pertini expressing support for Israel but also calling for a Palestinian homeland. On the testimony of Red Brigadists, see Panorama, January 11, 1982, Italian. For more information, see Livia Rose.